Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The man in the golden core realm was right in front of him. Chapter 38. The man in the golden core realm was right in front of him. After discovering Jiang Hao didn't go to the spirit herb garden anymore. He stayed at his courtyard and gathered bubbles there instead, waiting for his cultivation and lifeblood to reach 100. Lu Xingqian also didn't arrive to update him on the situation. Jiang Hao didn't know if he had found anything. This worried him even more. The early stage of the Golden Core realm wasn't something that someone in the Foundation establishment stage could compete with. He was worried that the man might not be able to restrain his hatred and would attack suddenly. As for hiding somewhere else, he had thought about that, but there were too many spies who hated him and wanted him dead, so his house was the safest for him at the moment. If the man chose to attack, Jiang Hao would leave straight for his cliff master's place for help. There was some hope that the master might help him, and the only thing he could depend on completely was his advancement to the next stage. Just a few more days will be enough. 7 days passed in a flash. He consolidated his cultivation and lifeblood every day so that he could advance. This time, though, it was different. He didn't know if 100 cultivation and 100 lifebloods was enough for him to advance. It was a big step into the Golden Core realm. If they were not enough, then everything would go to waste. He could only collect another 100 in 3 months. But Jian Zhouheng had already discovered him. Would he wait another 3 months to attack? It was unlikely. Perhaps he had already scouted Jiang Hao's surroundings and was waiting to attack in a few days' time. Jiang Hao looked at the interface. Lifeblood 99/100 can be cultivated. Cultivation 100 can be cultivated. 1 more day will be enough. Jiang Hao took his saber and raised it. He felt someone staring at him again. It was so direct that Jiang Hao balked. He wasn't prepared. He waited for the man to make his move, then he would try to escape. He didn't want to provoke him. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower crossed his mind. There were still too many people who coveted it. Maybe Elder Baiji or that woman would make a move if someone tried to steal it. Jiang Hao waited, but the gaze suddenly withdrew. He was puzzled. "Junior brother Jiang, are you there?" said Lu Xingqian's voice from outside. "Yes," Jiang Hao immediately replied. No wonder the traitor had retreated. But it was still daylight right now. The man might make a move at night. Jiang Hao invited Lu Xingqian in and poured him a cup of tea. "Junior brother is right. It is indeed possible that he is a spy from another sect. He should be arrested by tonight." Lu Xingqian took a sip of the tea. "Be careful. The person is most likely after you. Since he dared to enter the sect, he plans on not returning alive. However, everyone wants to live, so he might now back off easily. But if we make a move, he will become even more aggressive." Jiang Hao nodded to show that he understood. He didn't request for the law enforcement hall to protect him, nor did he ask Lu Xingqian to arrest him quickly. Jiang Hao already had so many people who disliked him. He didn't want more enemies. Lu Xingqian had already done a lot by informing him personally about the matter. Jiang Hao became curious as he looked at the empty courtyard. What if Lu Xingqian betrayed him? Should he look for Elder Baiji instead? Or should he tell the woman in red? Jiang Hao shook his head, unable to think of a solution. He didn't want to encounter the person. He walked out of the courtyard intending to visit the spirit herb garden. He was still lacking lifeblood. If the spirit herb garden had some bubbles, maybe he can try to advance right now. If he could advance fast, he might be able to face the danger that lurked around him. At the least, he would have a chance of escape. Jiang Hao noticed that Ming was getting people to organize the spirit herbs. "Senior brother Jiang, I haven't seen you for a few days," Ming said in respect. He was unwilling to lose to Jiang Hao, but he understood that he wasn't a match for him, at least not yet. Junior brother Han is going on a long trip? Jiang Hao pointed at the spirit herbs. Usually, Han Ming did not prepare so much spirit herbs in an instant. Even if he was refining pills, he didn't need so many. So, the possibility was that he was going on a long trip. Azure Mountain is holding a Dao conference, and everyone seems to be reluctant to leave since they have a conflicting relationship with our sect, said Han Ming. I want to go out to train. A confrontation between the righteous and the devil? Jiang Hao didn't want to experience something like that. Then junior brother must be very careful, Jiang Hao kindly warned him. He also saw a blue air bubble in the garden, but he didn't know if they contained lifeblood. Will do, senior brother, said Han Ming. When I come back after training, I will look for you to spar with. Jiang Hao nodded. Next time, he would lose to him deliberately so that he can be left alone. After bidding farewell to Han Ming, he went to the spirit herb garden. He looked at the people who had come to help. None of them looked as formidable as Jianzhou. After a while, the bubbles began to pour in. He was happy to feel the slight changes in his body. He had lost a lot of progress in these past few days because of the traitor. Soon, the blue bubble also merged into his body. It's done. Jiang Hao left the spirit herb garden. He wanted to advance to the Golden Core realm as fast as possible. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Facing the Man in the Golden Core Realm. Chapter 39, Facing the Man in the Golden Core Realm. At night, in the Thunder Fire Peak, a spell lit up the forest. Boom! The man in the Golden Core realm merged into the darkness and left reluctantly. After coming to the Heavenly Note sect, he had finally found that person and even knew his strength. Tonight was perfect to make a move, but he was discovered by the people of the Law Enforcement Hall. He was going to be arrested. If it wasn't for the spy who notified him, he would be gravely injured. If he was caught, the Heavenly Note sect would definitely throw him in the Lawless Tower and suck out all his cultivation. He didn't care about dying. He only had one fear, that he would not be able to finish what he came here for. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have hesitated. I should have attacked the first time I saw him, thought Jianzhou regretfully. He had stalled for time in vain. He had made every preparation. In fact, at a glance, he was only an outer disciple in the lifeblood refinement stage. The possibility of him being targeted had been zero. So, how did they discover me? 11 Zen. Boom. The spells kept on bombarding him. He did not try to escape. Instead, he went to find Jiang Hao. He would kill him first and think about escaping later. Late at night, Jiang Hao sat on the floor with his eyebrows furrowed. He grimaced. The purple energy kept churning and his strength surged in his meridians. The powers gathered in his energy center as though squeezing into one another. When the powers merged, it would create a change. However, even after a while, the powers were unable to merge into one. This was the bottleneck. Jiang Hao was not anxious about this. Instead, he circulated the Hong Meng Heart Sutra and sorted out the powers in an orderly manner, allowing them to merge quickly. In the dead and silent night, Jiang Hao's entire body was surrounded by purple energy. When the spiritual energy and lifeblood were completely exhausted, a cracking sound came from within his body. It was the sound of the bottleneck breaking. A tiny golden core gathered in his energy center and began to absorb all the surrounding energy. After a short while, a complete golden core floated in his energy center. A powerful aura overflowed and spread throughout his entire body. Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fist, feeling the new power that was emerging. He heaved a sigh of relief. The Golden Core Realm. It's unbelievable. Jiang Hao was surprised. In the past it had taken a long time to accumulate cultivation bases. After encountering Yun Ruo, he was in constant danger even now after her death. but his advancement was becoming easier and faster. Maybe I should be thankful to her for putting me on this path, thought Jiang Hao. He shook his head. The source of all this wasn't senior sister Yun Ruo. It was that woman in red. Her appearance must have caused some changes in the heavenly note sect. They began to search for spies and traitors very diligently. It was then that senior sister Yun Ruo had targeted him. Most likely, it was then that the heavenly fragrance Dao flower was handed over to him to fish out more traitors. So, he had to thank that woman instead. But it was also because of that woman that Jiang Hao was in danger all the time. He should be blaming her instead. He shook his head and put his thoughts aside. He then went to the courtyard and raised his saber. Whether something would happen to him tonight or not was something he had to find out by waiting patiently. He sat there for the whole night. The first ray of sunlight emerged from the horizon. When Jiang Hao was sure that nothing was going to happen, he saw a figure approach. He's here. Jiang Hao picked up his saber and walked out of the courtyard. He walked to the stream. The person was now across from him. Both looked at each other. Under the rising sun, Jiang Hao could see him clearly. The man was muscular. His aura was weak. His clothes were torn. Fresh blood flowed out of the cuts and bruises on his arm and his waist as though he had just arrived from a terrible fight. Judging from his aura, he could be considered quite powerful. Was he intentionally letting him go? Jiang Hao immediately thought of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Many people wanted to see what would happen if they touched it. That was why Lu Xingchen hung around him. He wanted a good show. You can't escape. Jian Zhouheng stared at Jiang Hao in malice. I'm not running, Jiang Hao replied. Are you waiting for someone to save you? Don't even think about it. The person who captured me is currently trapped by my supernatural power. He won't be able to make it here before daybreak. Jian Zhouheng's face only showed resentment. Why did you kill junior sister Yun Ruo? She was a traitor, Jiang Hao replied calmly. Do you know how important junior sister Yun Ruo was to me? She was my hope to survive. When I was weak, she was the only one who stayed by me. She was like a ray of light that lit up my dark world. She gave me a goal and motivation. She allowed me to surpass everyone around me. But you killed her. Jian Zhouheng became even more agitated as she spoke. His eyes were filled with intense hatred for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at him and said, I know now. Jian Zhouheng scowled. Then you also know I have come to kill you. Jiang Hao remained indifferent. Do you still remember how good senior sister Yun Ruo was to you? I can never forget. Not in this lifetime, at least, Jian Zhouheng said angrily. Remember it for a while more, Jiang Hao said kindly. Recall that beautiful memory and then come kill me. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. The Quickest Way to Earn Spirit Stones. Chapter 40. The Quickest Way to Earn Spirit Stones. Jian Zhouheng stared at Jiang Hao, not saying a word. Instead, he sank into his memory. It was impossible for him to leave this place alive. Perhaps he wouldn't have the chance to remember junior sister Yun Ruo anymore. The image of her accompanying and encouraging him flashed through his mind. Senior brother Jean, if you defeat this demonic beast, I'll cook for you. How can no one like senior brother Jean? I like senior brother Jean very much. Senior brother, do you think my sex clothing is good? He couldn't help but smile at the memories he had of her. However, a saber glowing with light flashed at that time. Whoosh! The saber glowing like the moonlight cut everything. His life force drained and everything returned to silence. Even Yun Ruo's image faded. He saw Jiang Hao was slowly putting away his blade. He couldn't say anything for a moment because his life force was rapidly draining. Jiang Hao put away his saber and looked at the man in front of him calmly. Jianzhou Heng's vision began to blur and he fell backwards. With a thud, he fell on the ground. His thoughts faded. That was it. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't know if Yun Ruo had been kind to him or if she had only used her magical charm, but it didn't matter anymore. Truth and falsehood didn't matter. Jiang Hao wasn't a heartless person, but he also wanted to live. He did not put his saber down. He used a few of the 10,000 sword talisman to make sure the man was really dead. He stood there for a long time. Advancing to the Golden Core realm had felt unreal. In less than a year, he had gone from early foundation establishment stage to early stage of the Golden Core realm. It felt so dreamlike. Jiang Hao calmed himself and went to find the Cliff Master. This time, he had used the strength of the middle foundation establishment stage. The knife technique was the first form of the heavenly blade, moonslaying. If it hadn't been a sneak attack, it would have been difficult to deal with. After a while, Cliff Master Ku Wuchang arrived. He looked at the dead man and was silent for a long time. He looked at the saber and then at Jiang Hao. "You killed him?" asked the Cliff Master. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "You are in the middle foundation establishment stage?" Ku Wuchang asked. The cultivation Jiang Hao had revealed was that of the middle stage of foundation establishment. Yes. It was a fortuitous encounter in the Devil's Denver. "What about the saber technique?" Ku Wuchang asked again. "A nameless saber technique I obtained in the Devil's Den," Jiang Hao answered. If his master wanted to see proof, he could probably write it down somewhere and give it to him. However, Jiang Hao realized that he shouldn't use fortuitous encounters as an excuse any longer. The master might start having doubts. Fortunately, his master did not ask any more questions. He only asked him to tell him in detail about the incident. Jiang Hao told him everything truthfully, except the matter of his cultivation level. "You were not confident, so you still chose to launch a sneak attack?" Ku Wuchang stared at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded yes. Master Ku Wuchang took away the corpse with him and told Jiang Hao to be more careful. He also said that the people from Law Enforcement Hall might come looking for him again. Seeing his master leave, Jiang Hao sighed in relief. He felt a little regretful. If the master could accept him as a true disciple, he would be so much safer. The people of Heavenly Joy Pavilion would think 100 times before bullying him. But he could only rely on himself. He returned to the courtyard and looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Jiang Hao frowned. There were no bubbles. He had thought that it would give him bubbles once the sun came out. It was daylight now and still there were no bubbles. What is going on? He was curious now. Does Master know I planted the heavenly fragrance Dao flower in my courtyard? He gave up thinking about it. There was no other way to find out unless he asked his master directly. The next day, Jiang Hao looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower in his courtyard, but he still didn't see any bubbles. On the third day, a bubble appeared. So, it only bubbles every 3 days now. Another 3 days passed, and the bubbles appeared. That proved the fact that it would give bubbles only once every 3 days. Even the snow lotus took longer to give him bubbles these days. Only green and white bubbles appeared on the third day. It wasn't until the 9th day that there were a few blue bubbles. Jiang Hao was stunned. 1 month after advancing to the Golden Core realm, Jiang Hao looked at his cultivation and lifeblood that had already exceeded 10 points and began to extract and cultivate. He wanted to see if the current 10 points were any different from the previous 10 points. After extracting his cultivation, a huge amount of spiritual energy surged into his body, much denser and more majestic than the previous 10 points. Not daring to think too much about it, Jiang Hao began to consolidate his cultivation. He circulated the Hong Meng Heart Sutra and absorbed the spiritual energy and lifeblood. After a long while, Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes. He had completely consolidated his cultivation. He also understood that the decrease in air bubbles was related to his realm. The speed had suddenly become slower. If he had accumulated it 4 times, he would be able to attempt an advancement to the next level. The speed had decreased, but the amount of accumulation had increased drastically. With knives hanging over his head, he felt it was dangerous for him to not advance as soon as possible. He walked to the courtyard and looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and thought that it would be great if it could grow 3 stalks. If not, he could always buy other spirit herbs to replace it. But he was short of spirit stones. He had earned about 500 from selling talismans. Including the previous ones, he had earned a total of 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000 spirit stones sounded a lot until he went to look at the Golden Core realm magical treasures. Even a small and simple saber costs 8,000. He would have to earn around 10,000 to 20,000 spirit stones if he wanted to buy anything. How long would that take me? Wondered Jiang Hao. How do the others in the Golden Core realm manage it? When he went to the Spirit Herb Garden, he asked Chen Chou if he knew how. Rob someone, was the only thing he had said. Oh, senior brother, we need your help, said Chen Chou. He pointed in a direction in the spirit field. There seems to be a spirit beast running loose around the field. We can't catch it. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. There's a possibility of purple gold bubble. A spirit beast. Jiang Hao was surprised. This month had been unusually peaceful for him. Lu Xingchen hadn't come to find him, and his master hadn't asked him anything. Jianzhou Heng's death didn't seem to cause any commotion. It was unusual. However, unless the law enforcement hall arrived here themselves, there was nothing he could do. He could only work hard to improve his cultivation and then get stronger. The spirit beasts were within his scope of things, though. Jiang Hao made his way to the field and looked around. The beast hadn't destroyed anything so far. It meant that the danger wasn't very high. However, those disciples still in the lifeblood refinement realm were weaker, and the spirit beast might prove to be far stronger for them. Something rustled nearby. Jiang Hao slowly approached. The spirit herbs began to shake. The spirit beast had sensed his presence. A white figure leaped and attacked. Jiang Hao dodged. The spirit beast disappeared toward the spirit herb garden. It's not very big but is extremely fast, muttered Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had a rough understanding of the situation. Those in the early Foundation establishment realm might not be able to keep up with the speed of the beast, let alone those in the lifeblood refinement realm. The spirit herbs rustled and the beast attacked again. Jiang Hao blocked it with his saber. Clang! The powerful force forced Jiang Hao a few steps back. The spirit beast went flying backward. It isn't weak either. Is the spirit beast at the early Foundation establishment stage? Whose beast is this? The Heavenly Note sect did not have a place to raise spirit beasts. However, most spirit beasts had owners. If it suddenly appeared in the Cliff of Broken Hearts, it was most likely owned by a disciple or a master. Jiang Hao couldn't brutalize or kill the beast for fear of offending them. Rustle! Jiang Hao waved his saber. He used the demonic sound slash. Boom! The demonic sound rumbled out like a wave. The spirit herbs stopped rustling. The others looked at the commotion. They were alarmed. If there was a fight, they would have to run for their lives, as they didn't have the ability to participate. It's all right. You all can continue with your work. Jiang Hao walked toward the spirit beast. The others heaved a sigh of relief and continued with what they were doing. However, they secretly observed Jiang Hao out of the corner of their eyes. They were all curious. Jiang Hao pushed aside the spirit herbs and found a white spirit beast foaming at the mouth. It had fainted. It had long, floppy ears. At first glance, it looked like a huge rabbit. Jiang Hao grabbed its ear and lifted it up. It didn't really look similar to a rabbit at close inspection. It almost looked like a human. The beast was quite adorable. I wonder who it belongs to. Out of curiosity, he activated the daily appraisal ability. He wanted to find out who it belonged to so he could return it. The beast would hinder others if it remained at the spirit herb garden. Jiang Hao was speechless. He had thought that this spirit beast belonged to a senior. He hadn't expected it to be a spy sent by Azure Mountain. Azure Mountain was the orthodox sect closest to the Heavenly Note sect. They were both powerful but did not interfere with each other's business. They had lived in peace this way for many years. However, there had been some kind of conflict with them recently. Ming had gone out to train there. It was surprising that Azure Mountain had sent a spy to find the Heavenly Fragrance Tao Flower. The Clear Sky sect, Heavenly Saint sect, and Sunset Immortal sect did not dare to act rashly. Even if Azure Mountain sent its entire force, it would be useless. Jiang Hao looked at the beast. The treasure it held was not so simple. He didn't know how to take it out of the beast without hurting it. The most important thing right now was to deal with the spirit beast. He should have just killed it, but Jiang Hao hesitated. It had a rare bloodline too. However, taking it back with him would be dangerous. He wondered if he could raise it like he was raising the Heavenly Fragrance Tao Flower. Perhaps he could do it in secret. It might yield a purple-gold bubble in 7 days. If I take it back with me, I will be monitored. Jiang Hao decided to buy a magic collar that could trap a spirit beast and raise it in the forest behind his house, at least for 7 days. Jiang Hao left the spirit herb garden. He had trapped the spirit beast in his attic. It was inconvenient to take it along with him to the market. Nobody came to his house that much, so the beast would be fine. Jiang Hao felt a little sad and frustrated. He knew that spies were everywhere. However, he realized that they would be constantly targeting him from now on. Everyone coveted the Heavenly Fragrance Tao Flower. He was in a daze. He had unknowingly gotten involved in something major that affected the sect. He still had no reliable ability to protect himself. If only he had refused to plant and raise the flower, he would not have been in this mess. Unfortunately, he had no choice in the matter. He went to the market and bought a magic collar to restrain the spirit beast. He also bought some talisman-making materials. It cost him a total of 600 spirit stones. It was unbelievable. In the past, he couldn't even think of spending so much. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The Demoness visits often. Jiang Hao looked at the beast collar in his hands. Raising pets was indeed expensive. A collar for a beast at the Lifeblood Refinement realm costs around 100 spirit stones. For a beast at Early Foundation Establishment realm, it had cost him 500 spirit stones. When a pet spirit beast broke through to a higher stage of cultivation, it was important to replace the collar. Otherwise, the beast might easily break. Realm cost more than 1,000 spirit stones. The more Jiang Hao thought about it, the more surprised he was at the amount of spirit stones his fellow disciples had. Fortunately, the talisman-making materials were reasonably priced. He had bought 6 fine-grade talisman-making materials. They were suitable for those in the Foundation Establishment realm and Golden Core realm. It had cost him 100 spirit stones. It had cost him lower than the pill formulas, anyway. Among the armament masters, alchemists, and talisman craftsmen seemed to be the cheaper yet more lucrative option. After spending 600 spirit stones, Jiang Hao wanted to earn some spirit stones to compensate for spending so much. So, he thought of putting up a stall to sell talismans. However, when he thought about the spirit beast at his house, he gave up on the idea. Right now, the spirit beast was more important. Talismans could be sold any day, but he had to deal with the beast immediately. 100 Flowers Lake. Hong Yuye sat in the pavilion with a black saber on the table. It was Jiang Hao's shadow blade. She picked up the saber and looked at it for a long time. Then, she flung it, and it impaled on the flowers beside the pavilion. Go on. Tell me, she said. Baiji stood respectfully with her head lowered. She nodded. She found it difficult to breathe in such a powerful presence. After Azure Mountain's Tao conference, they suddenly decided to attack us. I think it's because of the reappearance of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. Looks like we have traitors in our midst, said Hong Yue calmly. I apologize for my incompetence, said Baiji as he knelt in apology. Hong Yue didn't look at Baiji. He looked up at the clouds in the sky. It's still early to tell. We must wait and watch. As for Azure Mountain, that's your problem. You handle it. I understand. Baiji nodded. There have been no changes in the Cliff of Broken Hearts. However, Jiang Hao's cultivation level has increased again. He may have some people who support him in secret. Devil Den might just be an excuse. He is still unable to clear his name completely. The undercover from the Sunset Immortal sect did die at his hands once again. A man at an early stage of the Golden Core realm. Then continue to observe him. Hong Yue looked at the flowers. Since we are in a conflict with Azure Mountain, let's get our hands on some of their cultivation techniques and books. Baiji nodded. The breeze blew over the flowers and Hong Yue looked at them, entranced. Baiji lowered her head and remained quiet. Hong Yue broke the silence. Baiji, why do you think Azure Mountain dared to attack us so suddenly? Is it because the Heavenly Note sect is not as strong as it used to be, or is it because the Azure Mountain is growing stronger by the day? Neither, said Baiji. She looked terrified. In the past few decades, Azure Mountain has become stronger. However, in terms of strength, they are still inferior to the Heavenly Note sect. As the acting sect master, it was Baiji's responsibility to ensure the sect remained strong while monitoring the growth of other sects too. If other sects got stronger, then Baiji should ensure that her sect became even more powerful. Failing to do that would be slacking off at her job. Baiji was terrified the sect master would think she had shirked her responsibilities. If it is because of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower, there must be someone in the Azure Mountain who covets it for something important, said Baiji. Otherwise, with where the Azure Mountain is at this point, they wouldn't dare to act so rashly. Hong Yuye's gaze focused on Baiji. Find out. Understood. Baiji then left the pavilion. On the way back, she thought about her next move. She wanted to put a female disciple up to test Jiang Hao. However, she had a feeling that the sect master didn't really think Jiang Hao was a traitor. The sect master might have other plans, but I am not sure if Jiang Hao is entirely innocent, muttered Baiji. She was the one who had submitted the list. We need to delay the matter of the traitor for a while for now. I need to investigate Azure Mountain to find out who the mastermind is. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao hid the spirit beast. He went to the spirit herb garden and told the people there to inform whoever came looking for the spirit beast to find him so that they could get it back. Jiang Hao wondered if he could lure out another spy in this way. As for the spirit beast, he needed to wait for 7 days to decide what to do with it. He had taken the spirit beast to the forest behind his house. He put the collar around its neck. By this time, the spirit beast had woken up and struggled to break free from the collar. It seemed to dislike the collar vehemently. Jiang Hao looked at its helpless struggle for a while. He finally threw a spirit stone at it. The beast sniffed the stone and then ate it. Now, I only need to set up a range. That was another function of the collar. It could be used to mark a certain area beyond which the spirit beast couldn't venture. The money for the collar was indeed worth it. Jiang Hao wasn't good at making trap formations to keep the spirit beast from escaping. The collar did the job for him. Just as he was about to mark the area, someone spoke from behind. The voice was calm but didn't hold any emotion. He knew that voice. "What are you doing?" Jiang Hao turned around. She was there again, dressed in red. It was her. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. She's really a Demoness. "Greetings, Senior," said Jiang Hao. "I found this spiritual beast today. I am planning to raise it." Hong Yuye glanced at the beast on the ground. "Why do you want to raise it here instead of your house?" "I am worried it might damage your flower." A strong wind blew suddenly and rustled the leaves on the tree. Before Jiang Hao could react, a force hit him on his chest and sent him flying. He crashed onto a tree. Hong Yuye grabbed the spirit beast. "You're so full of lies. Your cultivation level has increased very quickly." Jiang Hao didn't say anything. He wasn't injured. However, he knew that if he crossed this woman, he could not win. He wasn't sure if she could see through his cultivation. He didn't dare ask her about it. He raised his head to see the woman lifting the spirit beast by its neck. Her slender fingers seemed to squeeze its skin. "Senior, I..." She looked at him indifferently. "You can't kill it." Sure. I'll kill it." Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. There went his chance to earn a purple gold bubble. Hong Yuye squeezed the spirit beast's neck. It struggled. A pearl and a map fell into Hong Yuye's hands. She wiped them clean and put them away. She then threw the beast toward Jiang Hao. "Just keep it in your courtyard." She headed toward his house. Jiang Hao was surprised. How had he not seen her in the forest? He didn't know what she wanted this time. Did she want to check on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower? It was broad daylight. He suspected that someone might have followed her here. He looked around but didn't find anything amiss. He then looked at the spirit beast in his arms. The treasure was taken out. Does that mean I can keep it safely in my courtyard without getting monitored? He couldn't use the daily appraisal today. He decided to check once tomorrow to be sure. The woman's observation skills were extraordinary. He couldn't make her suspicious right now. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief and carried the beast back to his residence. The beast had fainted. "Why is it that whenever I see her, I feel so nervous? My emotions fluctuate too much when she is near," thought Jiang Hao. "I have been advancing too quickly, but my mind can't keep up. I've been advancing too quickly, but my mind can't keep up." He returned to the courtyard. When he got there, he found Hong Yuye sitting elegantly on a wooden chair in the courtyard. Her gaze was focused on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The wooden chairs and table weren't there before. Jiang Hao didn't know where they came from. He didn't ask. "How do you care for the flower?" Hong Yuye suddenly asked. Jiang Hao was stunned. He wondered if she thought he had not taken care of it properly. He cleared his throat to respond. "I water it with a bowl of water." "Every day?" Hong Yuye asked. "Yes. Is that so?" Hong Yuye was then silent. Jiang Hao placed the spirit beast on the ground in the corner and waited. He saw that Hong Yuye still had her eyes on the flower. He brought out some tea from his house and placed it on the table. He then marked the area for the spirit beast to prevent it from escaping. After he was done with that, he stood beside her silently. "Have you practiced the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade?" "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "How many have you been able to master?" "Just the first," said Jiang Hao truthfully. He had spent a long time on the first form of the Heavenly Blade, Moonslaying. He had yet to master it completely. It would take time for him to learn the rest. The other forms were even more difficult, and there was the case of cultivation level restrictions. He couldn't learn them all at once even if he wanted to. Hong Yuye didn't say anything further. She just picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Then, she placed the teacup on the table in disdain. Next time, make some tea that is at least drinkable. What kind of tea do you prefer? Azure red, spring of September. Jiang Hao had heard of the tea before, but he had never tasted it. It was a top-grade tea type that was exorbitantly expensive. He couldn't afford it even if he wanted to taste it. Senior, under the cold and disdainful glare, he couldn't muster the courage to refuse. He just nodded. He knew that this woman was insanely powerful but not necessarily a good person. She was indeed a Demoness. Hong Yuye stood up and walked out of the courtyard. She turned around at the last second. Take good care of my flower. After she left, Jiang Hao stood there in silence, looking at the tea in the cup. If he knew the tea was that bad, he wouldn't have offered it at all. He sighed and glanced at the spirit beast. At least, he could raise the beast now. Jiang Hao was still curious about something. He needed to know if she possessed the heaven extinction Yin Gu poison and if it had the same effect on her as it did on him. He decided to visit the library. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Gold Legend +1. Jiang Hao was even more confused after his visit to the library. The scriptures and scrolls did talk about the heaven extinction Gu poison but mentioned nothing about its origins. The Yin Gu poison and the Yang Gu poison were similar in their effect. The one who consumed it would stay in a sage-like state at all times, except when they saw the person who had consumed the other poison. Jiang Hao was still in doubt whether it made her emotions fluctuate as it did with him. She was a Demoness who was likely very experienced and powerful. It was unlikely that she would feel the effect of the poison at an extreme as he did. It made him feel like he was at a constant disadvantage. The next morning, Jiang Hao used the daily appraisal on the spirit beast. There was no problem with the beast anymore. He was relieved and continued feeding it spirit stones. 7 days later, Jiang Hao walked to the courtyard to check on the spirit beast. He was disappointed to see that there was no purple gold bubble for him. The spirit beast was pooping a little way off. When it saw Jiang Hao, it was so startled and hid behind a spirit herb bush. It bared its fangs at Jiang Hao. It was more aggressive than usual, but there was no sign of activation of a hidden bloodline. Jiang Hao was puzzled. He used the daily appraisal, but the information he got was the same as before. There were no changes. Jiang Hao sighed and threw another spirit stone toward it. He then observed the beast. He did not go to the spirit herb garden today as per his routine. Instead, he stayed home and secretly observed the beast. The spirit beast didn't do anything unusual. It ran around the courtyard and occasionally nibbled on some spirit herb. Jiang Hao watched it the whole day and vet happened. On the next day, he used the daily appraisal on the beast again. The information was the same as before. Jiang Hao was even more confused now. Why isn't anything happening? He wondered. Maybe the beast shouldn't be allowed to eat anything else except the spirit stones for it to awaken the bloodline. It has been nibbling on spirit herbs the past few days. He grabbed the beast and tied it to a rope which was then tied to a pillar in the courtyard. Jiang Hao threw a spirit stone at it. It nibbled on it. Then, the beast began to struggle to be let free. Jiang Hao gave it a spirit stone and observed it. He used the daily appraisal the next day. Jiang Hao sighed. At least, there was some change. For the next 6 days, Jiang Hao kept it tied and fed it spirit stones. The spirit beast didn't have the intelligence to understand the situation. It only assumed it had done something wrong. On the 7th day, the spirit beast changed slightly. A gold bubble floated beside it. Jiang Hao was happy. His hard work was finally being rewarded. Although it wasn't the purple gold bubble he had hoped for, he realized that this was good too. He had never seen a gold bubble before. When he got close, the gold bubble flew toward him and fused with his body. Gold Legend and Purple Gold Legend were rare. He didn't know if the gold bubble was better than the purple gold ones. Jiang Hao opened his interface. What? I need 2 gold legends to obtain it. Where can I find another? Seeing that he couldn't obtain it directly, Jiang Hao understood that gold bubbles were even more difficult to farm. It was a pity he didn't have another gold bubble. He didn't know how he could get his hands on one more gold bubble. It was so difficult to find purple bubbles, let alone gold. Jiang Hao looked at the spirit beast. He used the daily appraisal on it. Instantly, he received the information. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. He could still feed the beast. There was a possibility that he could obtain more gold bubbles. It would take as long as 49 days and 7 spirit stones a day. Although the number of spirit stones to be fed was a lot, Jiang Hao felt that he could manage it if he kept earning more spirit stones consistently. Hao didn't want to make a mistake for fear that it would drag out for another 49 days. That would mean starting over and a waste of the previous 343 spirit stones. The poor spirit beast had no chance for freedom. The days passed quickly. Jiang Hao didn't leave the Cliff of Broken Hearts at that time. He didn't want to risk it. He had also exhausted his spirit stones. Fortunately, he saw a gold bubble appear on the last day. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Primordial Heavenly Blade. Jiang Hao had remained careful and vigilant for more than a month. Fortunately, no one had come looking for him. Even Lu Xingchen hadn't approached him to report on the Jianzhou Heng case. Perhaps Lu Xingchen was busy or he had chosen to turn to the other side. Either way, Jiang Hao couldn't help it. He couldn't control other people's decisions. No other spies had approached him yet. Everyone knew that he had captured the spirit beast, but no one had come to claim it. The days passed by peacefully. He received the gold bubbles steadily. Jiang Hao opened his interface. My lifeblood and cultivation have improved. It's much faster than before. His lifeblood and cultivation might be full in another half a year. He could then try to advance to the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. Perhaps in a few more years, his cultivation would surpass Lu Xingchen's. Senior sister Ming was also in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Although she was still stronger than him, he was in much less danger than before. If she decided to blow her disguise and attack him, he needed to be able to fend for himself. It was better to plan a sneak attack and ambush her if he wasn't confident in his ability. After making sure he had absorbed the gold bubble, Jiang Hao stood up and walked to the well to wash his hand. Gold bubbles were very rare. They could either hold something extraordinary or entirely useless. He hoped he could get something good out of it. He had spent far too much effort, energy, and spirit stones for this to go to waste. Jiang Hao walked into his house and sat cross-legged on the floor of his room. He chose to obtain whatever the gold legend would offer. In an instant, he felt endless chaos. He stared at it in shock while something moved in that chaos. A crisp sound rang out. Clang. Something fell and the chaos retreated. When it cleared out in the middle, Jiang Hao saw that it was a silver-white saber that had fallen from above and split the chaotic energy. It was impaled on the ground and stood upright before him. He grabbed the hilt of the saber and pulled it out of the floor. There was a loud boom when the saber was freed, and everything around him disappeared. The chaos cleared up. Jiang Hao looked around. His house was exactly as it had been before. Nothing had changed. He held the saber in his hand. He felt the urge to split the sky open with it. Its power surged in a majestic wave. Jiang Hao felt its power. This saber could kill anything, even someone at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. He would even dare fight someone at the intermediate stage with this blade in hand. In fact, he looked forward to it. Jiang Hao sighed at his thoughts. The saber had caused his emotions to run wild. He was thinking recklessly. Upon closer inspection, he found that the sleek blade was about 3 feet long and 3 centimeters wide. This saber looks pretty cool. I can feel a biting cold from just touching it. I wonder. He was curious about the origin of the blade. He activated the daily appraisal. Xiu. Jiang Hao thought it was an odd name for a blade. However, names didn't matter. The saber was powerful. Now that he was on the path of learning the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade, it was only fitting to use a saber like this. Besides, he wasn't wealthy. No matter how many spirit stones he could save, he had no chance of buying something as precious as this. Jiang Hao looked at the spirit beast which was tied outside in the courtyard. It wasn't struggling anymore. Now that it had gained intelligence, it understood the situation. It had become used to being tied. So, it accepted this as the normal way of life. It sat in silence and patiently waited for someone to feed it. Jiang Hao waved the saber. The cold surged and swept across the courtyard. The spirit beast, which was staring at Jiang Hao, trembled in fear. The rope snapped, and it fell to the ground in submission. Jiang Hao saw the trembling beast and shook his head. He stared at the saber. He began to refine the blade. Although he wanted to practice the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade, he decided not to use Xiu and keep it as his trump card. Therefore, he resolved to buy some other saber for now. He wanted to keep this special blade hidden away. The half-moon blade he possessed presently was enough for now. If it cracked, he would change it to something else. I need to check up on the beast. Jiang Hao wanted to know if he could keep feeding the spirit beast to activate its bloodline further. If that was possible, he could get more gold bubbles. The next day, Jiang Hao used the daily appraisal on the spirit beast. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. War with Azure Mountain. Jiang Hao exclaimed when he saw the information. He was now curious how far the bloodline could be activated. However, there was a downside. He had to feed it 100 spirit stones every day. He could not bear it. He would have to feed it in 2 cycles if he wanted 2 gold bubbles to obtain 2 gold legends. 100 spirit stones every day for 49 days meant a total of 4,900 spirit stones. This would require him to make more powerful talismans. Even then, he didn't think he could sell it enough to afford 100 spirit stones a day to splurge on the beast. He let the spirit beast be. He would tie it up when he could afford to feed it 100 spirit stones per day. The spirit beast was slowly getting used to walking around in the courtyard. It had been tied up for so long that it had forgotten to walk properly. "Come here," said Jiang Hao gently. The spirit beast turned to look at him. It then walked up to him in fear. "Can you understand me?" Jiang Hao asked. The spirit beast nodded. Jiang Hao pointed at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower growing in the courtyard. "Don't touch that flower, all right? You can eat the spirit herbs all you want. Just don't go near that flower." The beast stared at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and then nodded. Jiang Hao hoped that it understood him properly. He headed to the spirit herb garden. The past 2 months were very peaceful. His cultivation had advanced very slowly in that time, but the months had gone without any trouble. However, he needed to secure his safety first. If he wanted to live a peaceful and quiet life, he needed to get stronger without bringing attention to himself. He needed to keep a low profile. If the Heavenly Note sect expanded, then he would already be strong. Otherwise, if the sect fell, he could always clear his name and start anew. He had already been targeted by different sections. It would be very difficult to clear his name in the future. He needed to get stronger and ensure his own survival. He needed to be stronger than the spies, or even stronger than that woman. Only then would he be safe. He needed to do it step by step. For now, the most important thing was to earn more spirit stones. In the spirit herb garden, when Jiang Hao received the list of the day's orders. Most of the orders were for supplies of spirit herbs for healing purposes. I heard that the sect is preparing for a fight with the Azure Mountain, said Qingqiu. Really? Are they going to go all out? Asked Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao hadn't left the Cliff of Broken Hearts much, except to run errands. Neither the Cliff Master nor his fellow disciples asked him for anything, so he was unaware of this. Yeah, said Qingqiu. Our sect has sent a lot of armies to fight. It seems like they want to take Azure Mountain down. That is why we have so many orders for the spirit herbs these days. Jiang Hao frowned. He knew about the friction between the Heavenly Note sect and the Azure Mountain. Han Ming had gone to train a few months ago. He hadn't expected that both sides would want to fight directly. Jiang Hao didn't understand why he wasn't recruited to be sent to fight. No disciple would dare to refuse if asked. He didn't want to go, but it was unusual that he wasn't called when everybody else was being sent out to fight. Is it because I am on the radar of the law enforcement hall? He felt that the law enforcement hall was probably still keeping an eye on him. If they doubted him to be the traitor, they definitely wouldn't want him leaving the sect and spilling its secrets. Prepare the orders. Hurry, said Jiang Hao. Qingqiu nodded. After that, Jiang Hao inquired a little about the situation of the battle. From what he knew so far, the Heavenly Note sect still had the upper hand in the fight. Qingqiu asked him if he wanted to join the fight as well. Jiang Hao shook his head. He didn't care to mention that he was on the law enforcement hall's radar. Qingqiu told him that many disciples had willingly joined the fight since it was such a good opportunity to train and increase one's cultivation. The ones who come back might get to join the inner sect. Jiang Hao didn't comment. Everyone had different opinions. Some people liked to climb the ladder of hierarchy. Jiang Hao just wanted some stability. For the next few days, Jiang Hao helped out in the spirit herb garden. Occasionally, he went to the market to sell some divine sword talismans, pain-relieving talismans, and spirit concentration talismans. In 7 days, he earned around 300 spirit stones. The sales had been good this time. It must have been because of the battle with Azure Mountain. Everyone wanted some strong defensive talismans, but Jiang Hao didn't have any. The pain-relieving talisman was just too basic. If he had made some powerful defensive talismans, he could have earned more spirit stones. In the next few days, the spirit beast occasionally followed Jiang Hao to the spirit herb garden. Under Jiang Hao's warning, it remained docile and didn't cause trouble like before. Jiang Hao had gone to collect bubbles as usual. However, he found a group of strangers in the spirit herb garden. The Snow Lotus Pavilion sent some people to help us since there are not many people around here anymore, said Qingqiu. Jiang Hao nodded. He looked around. He found something unusual that day. In the middle of the garden, a man was trying to bury something. Jiang Hao strode forward. He unsheathed his half-moon blade and pressed it against the man's back. What are you doing? Qingqiu immediately retreated. The spirit beast blinked in confusion. The others also began to retreat. Everyone knew that Jiang Hao was an inner disciple, but they knew his temperament. He wasn't someone who made trouble unnecessarily. He would never take out a weapon if there wasn't any danger around. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Spilling Blood. The young man felt the blade on his back. Immortal Elder, please spare my life. He lowered his head and begged for his life. What? Asked Jiang Hao calmly. Immortal Elder, I. Jiang Hao swung his saber and left behind an afterimage of the saber in the air. The next moment, the young man's hand was severed. This sudden attack stunned the young man. He stared at Jiang Hao with contempt. At the same time, he began to retreat. Do it then, he shouted. Jiang Hao stabbed the hilt of his saber into the ground and lifted it into the air. Boom! The explosion shook the ground. The others dispersed and hid behind the spirit herb bushes. Jiang Hao didn't stop. He quickly arrived in front of the group of people. The long saber impaled one of them and killed him on the spot. There were 4 of them. Jiang Hao was fast. 3 of them dropped dead. When he reached the last one, the person had already activated the magic treasure in his hand. Jiang Hao swung his half-moon blade. A light flashed. He used the first form of the heavenly blade, the moon-slaying technique. Bang! The shadow of the saber cut through the sky with the light of the moon. The saber split the magic treasure and the palm of the person's hand into 2. The man looked at Jiang Hao in puzzlement and hatred. Black fumes attacked him. However, Jiang Hao was quick. He appeared behind the man with the saber against his throat. The man fell to the ground. The first man he had attacked tried to retreat. He stared at Jiang Hao and hesitated. Then, he ran. Jiang Hao appeared next to him in the blink of an eye and knocked him on his temple with the hilt of his saber. The person fainted. Jiang Hao turned to Chingchou. Go and get someone. Hurry! Chingchou knew what to do. He ran off. The spirit beast was so scared that it was trembling in fear. It had only had a basic level of intelligence, but it still felt that it would be cut down if it visited the spirit herb garden again. Jiang Hao looked at the others. You can all get on with your work. Everything is okay now. Please don't approach the damaged part of the garden for a while. The part of the spirit herb garden where he stood was damaged a bit. Fortunately, the damage wasn't that great. He had noticed the strangers the moment he arrived and had a feeling that they had been here to cause him trouble. He inspected the thing in the ground that the man had been trying to bury. It had a strange spiritual energy fluctuation. Only then did he realize that it was a Dharma treasure. The intruders weren't here to cause mere trouble. They had intended to blow up the spirit herb garden instead. If they had succeeded, it would have been a great loss for the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Jiang Hao hesitated a moment. He then used the daily appraisal on it. Yen Hua of Heavenly Saint Sect? Jiang Hao had never heard of the person before. However, the people from the Heavenly Saint Sect were truly dangerous. If Jiang Hao hadn't appraised it, he would have thought it was any other ordinary seed. He suspected that the Heavenly Saint Sect knew of the existence of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower and wanted to be the first to destroy it. They wanted to do their best for Azure Mountain. Mu Qi arrived at the spirit herb garden after a while. He carefully examined the area and looked at the dead man. He then heaved a sigh of relief. I heard that the other spirit herb gardens suffered quite a lot of damage. Fortunately, all of you are safe and sound, said Mu Qi. I will report this to the Cliff Master. He turned to Jiang Hao. I will have to rely on you if something like this happens again, junior brother. Thank you for defending the garden and those within it. Senior brother, you are too kind. You don't have to thank me. Jiang Hao lowered his head. Mu Qi was a formidable disciple. Jiang Hao had met him a few times. His cultivation realm wasn't lower than Lu Xingchen's. Jiang Hao knew that Mu Qi wasn't someone to mess with. He had largely avoided him in the past because Jiang Hao knew of his strength and respected him. Mu Qi took away the puppet seed. He assured them that he would update everyone if he found something more. He needed to rush to the mine for now. Jiang Hao nodded. Did something happen at the mine? He was curious. The Heavenly Note sect hadn't had any peace in the past few days. Jiang Hao prepared himself for the possibility that the sect could be breached at any time. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. However, there was one thing that bothered him. If the Heavenly Note sect got breached, how would he leave with the heavenly fragrance Tao flower? He would be a target for everyone. After that, the spirit herb garden prohibited entry for strangers. There were no more sneak attacks. The other spirit herb gardens had indeed suffered quite a lot of damage. There was a lot of pressure on the Cliff of Broken Hearts to supply more spirit herbs to make up for the shortage. 3 weeks passed. Jiang Hao was busy from morning till night. Finally, the orders decreased when the other spirit herb gardens recovered. Everyone felt much more relaxed. By now, everyone knew that Jiang Hao had a pet spirit beast that occasionally followed him into the garden. The spirit beast was familiar with the people in the spirit herb garden. After activating its hidden bloodline twice, it even learned to speak. However, it didn't dare provoke anyone. It was especially scared of offending Jiang Hao. "Ah, what does my cute little spirit beast want to eat today?" asked Ching-Cho. "You can call me Uncle Rabbit," said the spirit beast arrogantly. Its voice was deep and mature like a man's. "Uncle Rabbit, what do you want to eat today?" Ching-Cho was used to the beast's antics by now. "People probably," said the beast sternly. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. The second form of the 7 forms. "You mean like cannibalism?" asked Ching-Cho in surprise. Many people visited the spirit herb garden. If the spirit beast wanted to eat them, it could. There were similar spirit beasts in other demon sects. Ching-Cho was actually worried now. "Yes, cannibalism is exactly what I mean," said the spirit beast. "Go and trap some high-ranking officials and nobles for me to eat." "Must it be a high-ranking official?" Ching-Cho asked tentatively. "Wouldn't ordinary people do?" "No," said the spirit beast as it shook its head. "Why? Do you have a specific reason for it?" asked Ching-Cho. "They don't taste as good," said the spirit beast solemnly as it looked at the people tending the spirit herbs. "Besides, ordinary people suffer too much already. I don't want to add to their suffering." Ching-Cho was speechless. Just then, Jiang Hao arrived. He heard their conversation. The spirit beast was so terrified when it saw him that it backtracked on its statement. "I can eat carrots just as well. I love carrots." Ching-Cho was surprised. Jiang Hao ignored the spirit beast. He asked Ching-Cho about any recent developments in the ongoing war. Ching-Cho told him that the Heavenly Note sect was holding its ground. Many disciples of the Azure Mountain had been captured. They were all thrown into the Lawless Tower. Some of them had been put to work in the mines. Jiang Hao felt that that was a fate worse than death. He then headed out of the garden toward his house. Jiang Hao felt unimaginably exhausted these few days. He had been taking care of the spirit herb garden diligently because if anything happened to it, he would be held accountable. There was immense pressure on him. He was also afraid that the puppets might turn up again to try to destroy the spirit herb garden. There had been no sneak attacks after the last incident, but Jiang Hao remained alert. As for the spirit beast, it always followed him to the spirit herb garden. It was still in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Jiang Hao felt that it was good to be cautious. Right now, with everything that was happening, it was dangerous to let his guard down. Although he hadn't faced any sort of threat from outside, even with the battle between the Heavenly Note sect and Azure Mountain going on, he still felt that it paid to remain on guard at all times. The only stress he felt was because of his work. He had spent every waking hour maintaining the spirit herb garden, so he hadn't found any time to earn spirit stones. On the Bring side, his cultivation had increased. In a few months, I should be able to advance to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao wasn't sure if the next few months would be as peaceful as the present month. The advantage of a cultivator was that they lived long, but that was the disadvantage as well. Their enemies lived long too. It wasn't easy to cultivate quietly in the Cliff of Broken Hearts if you had plenty of enemies. He opened the book titled 7 Forms of Heavenly Blade and turned to the part on the second form. The second form out of the 7 was Mountain Suppression. Jiang Hao had learned and practiced the first form for a while now, and he was pretty much familiar with it. The first form was Moon Slaying. It was an aggressive technique. However, he increasingly felt that he lacked combat skills. He needed to hone his combat skills if he wanted to use that technique much more effectively. The second form was different from the first. After a few days of reading the chapter on it, he learned that the key to defeating an enemy was by using the power of nature. He read the poem written on it as he refined his saber. The primordial heavenly blade was perfect to practice the second form. A month later, Jiang was just heading out after collecting bubbles in his courtyard when the spirit beast trotted alongside him. "Master, why are you up so early? Can I come with you? If you cause trouble, I will deny I ever raised you. Understand?" He did not know that the spirit beast would develop into this. It was always trying to be witty and talkative. "Of course. Everything will be fine. In the future, I will take care of you like you take care of me." Jiang stopped by the stream and meditated. After a while, a ball of energy condensed by the stream. He held the primordial heavenly blade, Shuryu, and gently lifted it up. The spirit beast was puzzled when it sensed massive energy radiating from the saber. When the saber swung down, it looked like the force of a huge mountain was pressed down on it. The majestic aura was astonishing. Jiang slashed at the stream. There was a loud thump. The stream sloshed and the water rose. It was as though something heavy had fallen into the water and caused such an impact. The water sprayed everywhere. After a long while, the stream returned to normal. The gravel disturbed by the sloshing water was also wiped clean. It was as though nothing had happened at all. Jiang smiled. The second form was stronger than he expected. He just needed to build his speed. Otherwise, this technique wouldn't help him in an emergency. He put the primordial heavenly blade away and headed to the spirit herb garden. He felt that he needed to earn more spirit stones soon. He not only needed to buy tea leaves but also a better saber. His half-moon blade wasn't going to last long. There were already multiple cracks on it. Jiang stopped in his tracks. Lu Xingchen was waiting for him. He had a bad feeling about this. "Junior brother, I haven't seen you for months. I hope you have been doing well. I did hear about your contribution recently." "It was nothing. I was just doing my job," said Jiang. Lu Xingchen gestured for Jiang to keep walking. They headed to the spirit herb garden together. Mu Qi was injured in the mines. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Spies from other sects in the mines. Senior brother Mu Qi is injured? How? Jiang was surprised. Mu Qi was a formidable disciple. His cultivation realm was very high, and he was stronger than most of the other disciples. Someone must have pulled a sneak attack on him. "He was helping out in the mines," said Lu Xingchen solemnly. "Junior brother, I assume you have already heard about the fight between the Heavenly Note sect and the Azure Mountain?" "Yes," said Jiang. "I heard that our sect still has the upper hand in that fight." "Yes. Elder Baiji personally got involved this time. The other elders aren't staying idle as well. The Cliff Master, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, the Peak Master of the Thunder Fire Peak, and the Valley Master of the Ice Moon Valley are all involved in the fight. Besides, Azure Mountain already had internal fights to deal with. Things aren't looking good for them. Right now. We are still winning. However, they just finished the Tao conference," he continued. "Many experts from the conference are willing to lend a helping hand toward Azure Mountain. Last month, Elder Baiji injured the sect leader of the Azure Mountain pretty badly. Our sect had the advantage for now. Many who were captured have been thrown into the Lawless Tower or have been forced to work in the mines." "So, the ones captured aren't just from Azure Mountain? There were people from other sects as well?" asked Jiang. Lu Xingchen nodded. "Yes. Many try to make an attempt to free the ones captured. That was how Mu Qi got injured. He did catch them in time and sent them into the lawless tower. Jiang Hao nodded. However, he was puzzled. Lu Xingqian might not have come all this way just to inform him about that. Although they weren't hostile with each other, Lu Xingqian wouldn't give him a second glance, much less talk to him, if it wasn't something important. Soon, Lu Xingqian revealed the purpose of his visit. Mu Qi is injured, so he cannot help out anymore. We need someone from the Cliff of Broken Hearts to replace him. At the moment, you look like a person who is suitable for the job. You will most likely be approached with the offer. Jiang Hao lowered his head and remained quiet. He had nothing urgent that needed his attention at the Spirit Herb Garden. There was nothing wrong with replacing Mu Qi at the mines. Moreover, the spirit beast was there to defend the garden if something happened. Thank you, senior brother, Jiang Hao said gratefully. Knowing this in advance would help him prepare mentally when he was summoned. Junior brother, do you still remember the spy you killed? Lu Xingqian suddenly mentioned Jianzhou. I do. How could I forget? Jiang Hao nodded. Nothing happened after the incident. No one had come looking for him. Nobody even asked how he had managed to do it. When someone in the Foundation establishment realm killed a person in the Golden Core realm, it usually made people curious. However, nobody approached him. The matter might not be resolved yet, said Lu Xingqian. Jianzhou was from the Sunset sect. He came here to kill you to avenge Yunruo. She had just broken through to the Golden Core realm. Not much is known about her, except that she was simple and honest. No one knows what she did to make Jianzhou sacrifice himself for revenge. We were going to arrest him that morning, but he made his way to you. We don't know who tipped him off about you. There are others too who were after you, you know. We captured around 5 people. They are held at the law enforcement hall for now. We had to hunt them down in these past few months. It was no wonder he hadn't visited Jiang Hao. Who is the other spy? He is from the Ghost Shadow sect. He was thrown into the Lawless Tower. He might be sent to the mine soon. Coincidentally, he has worked as a miner before. We are still investigating it. There might be traitors in the mine. Junior brother, you need to be careful when you join the mine. It is difficult for the law enforcement hall to investigate in the mines. They have their own rules, so it affects the investigation. Thank you, senior brother, for warning me, said Jiang Hao gratefully. I remember you saying Yunruo had some influence in the Sunset sect. She had someone of higher status who was obsessed with her. Was that Jianzhou? No. Lu Xingqian shook his head. Jiang Hao didn't ask anything else. It was clear that the Sunset sect still posed a threat to him. As for the Ghost Shadow sect, he didn't really care about it. The Ghost Shadow sect might be targeting the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and not him personally. However, the Sunset sect wanted him dead. Jiang Hao needed to worry about the mine for now. It was very easy for traitors to attack him when he entered the cave. Not only did he need to worry about all that, but also those who hated him in this sect. However, Lu Xingqian told him not to worry about the Heavenly Joy Pavilion for now, as they were busy fighting against Azure Mountain. They had no time or energy to spare to deal with him. Jiang Hao was grateful for the information, but he remained alert anyway. After Lu Xingqian left, Jiang Hao went to the spiritual herbal garden alone. He saw Mu Qi at the entrance. He looked very pale. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Captives from the Immortal Sect. Mu Qi smiled. As fine as I can be. How have you been, junior brother? I am all right, said Jiang Hao. Why are you standing here, senior brother? Did you need something from the garden? Asked Jiang Hao despite knowing very well why he was there. I was waiting for you, said Mu Qi. I wanted your help with something. Jiang Hao pretended to be confused. I might not be able to go to the mine for now, said Mu Qi. It was my responsibility, but it seems like I will have to rely on you, junior brother. Will you replace me at the mine? Don't worry about the spirit herb garden. I will visit it regularly and make sure it's safe. Jiang Hao nodded and accepted his offer. It wasn't like he could refuse after all. If he did, he would be asking for trouble from the entire sect. However, he was curious if Mu Qi wanted to leave the mines because it was dangerous or if there were some other reasons behind it. I never tried to use daily appraisal on him. Jiang Hao activated the daily appraisal. Jiang Hao was at least relieved that he wasn't attacked by a spy in the mine. Otherwise, the mine would have been dangerous for him as well. The Heavenly Saints sect seems to have its claws everywhere. I wonder if Mu Qi will turn into a traitor in the end. If he does, he will target me first. Jiang Hao was calm. When do I need to leave for the mine? At noon today, preferably, said Mu Qi. He appeared relieved because Jiang Hao hadn't rejected him. Thank you so much. I will offer you a portion of my rewards as a token of gratitude. Jiang Hao headed straight to the mine after that. He left the spirit beast at the spirit herb garden. Mu Qi promised to take care of it. I wonder if the beast will be the same when I return. It was inconvenient, but he couldn't take the beast along with him to the mines. He had given express instruction to the spirit beast to water the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The mine was on the other side of the Heavenly Note sect. After receiving the tools from Law Enforcement Hall, he headed toward the mine. Most of the miners were in the lifeblood refinement realm. People who had lower realms than that weren't allowed into the mine because they couldn't keep up with the kind of labor and strength that was required for mining. Outside the mine, Jiang Hao could see nothing but desolation. He saw a portion of the mountain that was blasted off to make space for caves that led deep inside. There were guards at the entrance. Jiang Hao noticed that the mine was right at the edge of the sect. It was no wonder that nobody came to save those who encountered trouble here. There were towers near the mine. These were for defensive purposes. He also saw some stalls that were created to serve as shop. Well, it at least feels self-sufficient, muttered Jiang Hao. He walked to the innermost building, which served as the reporting office. It was also the manager's residence. He entered a small room where a middle-aged man sat at a desk. Jiang Hao, inner sect disciple of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, here to take over Mu Qi's work, correct? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. He observed the manager. He was stronger than Lu Xingchen and Mu Qi. He stared at Jiang Hao, sizing him up. Well, your cultivation isn't very high, said the middle-aged man, Wu. Yuan Wu. You will work under Wei Lai. He gestured to a small, bald man. The man, Wei Lai, led him out of the building. He wasn't very polite. Since you are here to work under me, you have to listen to me. I don't care if you are a formidable disciple or an inner sect disciple. If I tell you to go east, you go east. If I tell you to go west, you go west. Understand? Jiang Hao nodded. The man had a scar on his face that made him look ferocious. He was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, too. Jiang Hao knew he was strong. Also, you can't just enter and leave as you wish. It's dangerous around here. Soon, they met with the other miners. The 5 of them then headed to the Lawless Tower and waited for the prisoners to join them. There were 3 men and 2 women. They looked ragged. The clothes they wore differed from each other. It was clear that they weren't from the same sect. The 5 of them stared at the group with hatred. The blue-robed woman spat on the ground. You evil filth who follow the demonic path. One day, our immortal sect will end you all. Wei Lei slapped her across the face. The impact split her lip. A trickle of blood bloomed under her lips. He didn't say anything else to them. Let's go. Where are you taking us? Asked one of the men. Wei Lei punched him in the stomach until he vomited blood. If you say another word, I will end you so you can't make any more noise. Jiang Hao looked at the prisoners and couldn't help feeling sorry for them. He was also wary of people who might be hiding among the sect to try to save them. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. The Immortal Sects to the Rescue. The next few days, Jiang Hao was either escorting the captives or doing small errands in the area around the mine. He had used the daily appraisal on Wei Lei. Although Wei Lei didn't have an amiable personality and was often rude, he wasn't a traitor. Jiang Hao realized that if he did his work properly, he wouldn't come under Wei Lei's attention. Wei Lei was also a formidable disciple from Thunder Fire Peak. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. There should be no conflict between Jiang Hao and Wei Lei as long as he followed the instructions. The law enforcement hall didn't care about simple fights between the disciples unless they ended in death or disappearance. Jiang Hao didn't want to get involved in any kind of trouble, so he kept a low profile. Jiang Hao's greatest worry was that he hadn't been able to earn any spirit stones in the past few days. He hadn't even had the time to collect simple bubbles in the morning. Jiang Hao thought he might find more bubbles deeper in the mine. However, Lu Xingchen had warned him not to enter the mine yet. There might still be danger in there. I just need to be patient. Maybe I won't have to stay here longer than necessary. If they could recruit others, he would be allowed to go back to tend the spirit herb garden in peace. Jiang Hao hoped the conflict with Azure Mountain would be over soon. That fight was the reason the mine lacked people. However, he needed to find another way to collect bubbles. I will take my time and observe the people here. It might be alright to enter the mine if I identify the people who are dangerous and stay out of their way. Wei Lei came up to Jiang Hao and threw a booklet at him. Senior brother, what is this? Jiang Hao was puzzled. The booklet has names of the convicts who need to be picked up from the Lawless Tower, said Wei Lei. Jiang Hao wondered why Wei Lei was giving him the booklet. In the future, you'll be in charge of escorting those convicts. Don't forget that you are still under my command. You'd better do your job well, said Wei Lei arrogantly. Not only will you escort them without trouble but also lead them into the mine. It's your fault we're short of manpower in this place, after all. Wei Lei turned around and left. Jiang Hao was even more confused now. Why was he given Wei Lei's job? Furthermore, he was supposed to enter the mine with the convicts this time. Jiang Hao felt that something wasn't right, so he used the daily appraisal ability on Wei Lei once again. Ice Moon Valley? Jiang Hao realized that someone must have arranged for him to take over this job. His first thought was that someone from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion was trying to mess up his life again. He now wondered if he was targeted by another spy because of the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower. Jiang Hao had to pick the convicts up from Lawless Tower now. The team of 5 was reduced to 4 after Wei Lei had left. The others were in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. One of them was a fairy from the Ice Moon Valley. She didn't talk much but was meticulous with her work. The other 2 young men were from Misty Cloud Peak. One was skinny and went by the name of Jing Lin. The other was burly and muscular. He was called Mo Du. Although the 2 men often joked around, they were, for the most part, quiet and gloomy. Jiang Hao didn't trust them. They appeared to be the kind of people who would stab him in the back at any time. Jiang Hao had appraised them all. Jing Lin was the most intriguing out of the trio. He had deserted the Wing Lightning sect and joined the Heavenly Note sect. Coincidentally, some captives from the Wind Lightning sect had been captured recently. Jiang Hao was worried that might create some conflict. If Jing Lin was friends with the captive, he might try to do something stupid. After a while, they arrived at the reception area of the Lawless Tower. They saw the 4 captives in the area being monitored carefully. When Jiang Hao saw the 4 captives, he had a bad feeling. However, he didn't say anything. Jiang Hao went to the person who was monitoring the prisoners. Then, he escorted them outside. Jiang Hao felt that the captives' aura was not right. Although they were declared as being in the early stage of the lifeblood refinement realm, they had the aura of people in the golden core realm. Had the lawless tower failed somehow? Did they use some treasure to prevent the tower from stripping away their cultivation realm? He couldn't use the daily appraisal on them right now, and he couldn't tell the others what he had felt without explaining how he knew about their aura. Jiang Hao opened the booklet. "State your name and the name of your sect," he said. The others were silent. "I suggest you cooperate," he said. "State the name of your sect. Maybe someone from your sect will come for the records, but if you have no name, then you are as good as dead." "Wind Lightning Sect Jingru," said a young woman. Jiang Hao wrote that down. He wondered if she was somehow related to Jinglin, who used to be from the same sect. He looked at the 3 people in his team. From now on, someone will need to escort the captives to the mine to familiarize them with the surroundings. "Who's going to lead them this time?" asked Jiang Hao. Everyone was silent. Jiang Hao saw Jinglin hesitating. "Junior brother Jing, do you want to do it?" Jiang Hao didn't know what to do. He only hoped that there would be no trouble. There were 4 Golden Core Realm cultivators. He was no match if they chose to attack together. Jiang Hao felt that he needed to raise his cultivation further. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Trickery. The rest. Jiang Hao opened the booklet and continued jotting down their names. "Beishue of the Sunset Immortal Sect," said a woman coldly. "Sunset Immortal Sect?" Jiang Hao recorded everything without revealing his feelings. He then looked at Lu Meng. "Junior sister Lu, you can escort her to the mine with you." Lu Meng nodded. "Situ Jian of the Black Heaven Sect," said a smiling young man. "Shangguan Wen of the Black Heaven Sect," said the man beside Situ Jian. Jiang Hao turned to Mo Du, "Junior brother, please take Shangguan Wen with you. I'll escort Situ Jian to the mine." Jiang Hao felt that Situ Jian and Shangguan Wen were the most dangerous among the group. Shangguan Wen seemed to be someone who was forgotten too easily. Jiang Hao suspected that he could launch a sneak attack. Mo Du nodded. Jiang Hao whispered to him, "Be careful. Don't let him out of your sight." Mo Du felt that Jiang Hao was being unnecessarily cautious, but he nodded anyway. Halfway there, Jingru suddenly dropped to the ground and pressed her hand down. Jinglin tried to pull her up, but Jiang Hao stopped him. Wei Lei would have slapped Jinglin for his carelessness first and then turned to Jingru. Jiang Hao unsheathed his half-moon blade and pressed it to Jingru's hand. "Do you want me to chop off your hand or will you hand that over?" The atmosphere was unsettling. Jiang Hao watched Jingru carefully. There was no change in her aura. Jingru stared at Jiang Hao and handed over the 2 spiritual talismans. Jiang Hao examined them. They were made of special materials. Both were high-grade talismans. One was the mountain-moving talisman and another was the 9 heavens lightning talisman. "Did you truly want to cause trouble or were you deliberately letting me find this out?" asked Jiang Hao. "Search her." Jinglin moved a step back. "Don't you dare. Those who resist will be killed on the spot," said Jiang Hao sternly. Jiang Hao had been trying to find a way to warn the others of the danger. With these talismans, he finally had an explanation for his team members. "Please don't get mad," said the smiling Situ Jian. "We'll cooperate wholeheartedly." Shangguan Wen and Beishu also raised their hands in the air in surrender. Jingru gritted her teeth but remained quiet. Jiang Hao didn't care if they were men or women. If he allowed them any courtesy, they would just use it against him. After a short while, the 3 of them finished searching the captives. Jiang Hao glanced at the 4 prisoners. "Search them again." Jingru was enraged. Beishua looked indifferent. On the contrary, Shangguan and Situjian appeared to be at ease. After searching them for a second time, they led them to the mine. Jiang Hao briefly explained the work to Situjian. Fellow disciple, are you a formidable disciple of this sect? You were truly impressive before, said Situjian with a smile. You don't seem to mind being forced to work in these mines, said Jiang Hao. Situjian chuckled. My status in the Black Heaven sect is decent. Someone should be coming to take me back soon. Until then, I hope you work diligently, said Jiang Hao without emotion. He was observing his surroundings. There weren't many people outside the mine. Almost everyone was inside. He had roughly figured out the layout of this place. The mine was like a maze. Anyone could end up lost or dead. Jiang Hao was worried that someone might appear from the shadows and attack him suddenly. Not long after entering the mine, he saw a purple bubble. When he passed by the bubble, a notification appeared on the interface. As expected, there were benefits inside the mine. He walked all the way to the innermost part of the mine and saw more bubbles. They were white and green. Feeling the bubbles absorb into his body, Jiang Hao was a little calm. At the very least, he could get bubbles while working here. He was not sure if the bubbles would appear in the same spot the next day. Unfortunately, everything wasn't that easy. There would be dangers lurking in the shadows. Not only the spies but also the captives might turn violent at any time. The arrival of Situjian and the other 3 captives had raised his suspicion. They weren't even the last batch of captives to be escorted to the mine. He needed to warn the manager. Wei Lei slammed his hand on the table and jumped up. If they dare to pull a trick like this, do you think they aren't capable of something more? They should have been killed on the spot. Leaving them alive will bring disaster later. I left you in charge, and you failed on the first job. How could you make such a stupid mistake? Jiang Hao stood quietly. He explained the situation to Wei Lei. He was from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, so Wei Lei had no right to punish him. This wasn't even a mistake, as Wei Lei put it. At this moment, they were gathered at the administrative building. Wu Yuanwu sat in the middle of the desk and listened quietly. Wei Lei sat on his left. A woman sat on the right. She was dressed in simple clothes. She was a fairy, who was at the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. That was indeed rare to see. Junior brother Wei, don't exaggerate. Please calm down, said the woman with a smile. This kind of thing happens. The woman was just trying to hide the talismans. This is actually the Lawless Tower's fault. They should have searched them more meticulously. How did they miss something like this? However, if it bothers you too much, I can take junior brother Jiang off your hands. He can work under me. He is not that bad, and I do need more people. In his anger, Wei Lei willingly agreed. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. At least he wouldn't have to face disciples from the immortal sects anymore. The woman led him out of the administrative building. As soon as they walked out, she introduced herself. Junior brother Jiang, let's try to learn more about each other. I am Yan Hua. Yan Hua? The name shocked him. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. The way to advance in cultivation realm is through mining. Yan Hua of Heavenly Saint Sect. Jiang Hao had seen her name when appraising the puppet. He had assumed Yan Hua was a man. So, she's the one who's after me? He had no choice but to wait. He would have a chance tomorrow to use the daily appraisal ability on her. After they were done introducing themselves, Yan Hua explained the job to him. Jiang Hao only needed to enter the mine and supervise the workers. He needed to make sure there was progress when it came to mining. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Not too difficult, right? Asked Yan Hua with a smile. If you find anything difficult, you can always tell me. Of course, senior sister, said Jiang Hao and bowed. Thank you. He stayed calm the rest of the day. The next day, when Jiang Hao met Yan Hua again, he used the daily appraisal on her. Jiang Hao's heart sank. This was bad. He couldn't fight her. Even if he used Shiyu, he might not be able to win against someone in the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. He never thought he would be targeted by someone this strong. She even knew about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Jiang Hao wondered if others knew about it too. Junior brother Jiang, you're right on time. Yan Hua smiled at him. Today you will go up to the 6th open pit. You just need to go in and supervise. The work is faster there, and it is fairly safe. Ah, right, she whispered. The people from yesterday will be there too. Senior brother Wu said we just need to observe them for now. Lure them out if they try anything. Be careful. All 4 of them? Jiang Hao felt that Yan Hua was deliberately trying to put him into such a situation. Maybe she wanted the 4 people to distract him while she found an opening to launch an attack. He nodded and thanked her. He then headed into the mine. He found the workers. They all looked dead. They were all skinny and ragged with scars and wounds. The newly captured disciples still had a little life in them, but the bruises on their bodies from endless whipping were apparent. He saw Situ Jian and the others among them. He didn't make them split up. They remained in a group of 4 as they worked. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. He opened his interface. 21. Jiang Hao was surprised. A year had passed, and he hadn't even noticed. He was already at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Soon, he could advance to the middle stage. I'm almost through, thought Jiang Hao. I only need a few months till my cultivation reaches 100, but can Yan Hua, Situ Jian, and the others wait till then to attack me? His gaze was focused on the divine ability section. If he could find one more purple bubble, he would be able to obtain another ability. The ability was bound to be something powerful this time. Perhaps he could face Yan Hua with the new ability and his primordial heavenly blade. The workers began to dig holes in the mine shaft. Occasionally they found some spirit stones. Jiang Hao remained alert. However, from his observation, the 6th open pit wasn't suitable for sneak attack. Yan Hua would not dare to make a move in such an open space. Jiang Hao would definitely sense her presence. As for the people who were there, aside from Situ Jian and his group, nobody else hid their cultivation level. Jiang Hao approached a disciple, who was holding a whip. Senior brother Jiang, how can I help you? Asked the disciple. Do you happen to have an extra hoe? Asked Jiang Hao. He wanted to see if he could find more bubbles today. He couldn't visit the spirit herb garden and had to put the spirit beast on hold too. If he wanted more bubbles, he needed to explore the mine. He wondered how quickly the bubbles would appear in this mine. Would he have to dig every day? Or would it appear every day in the same spot? If he could find many bubbles here, then advancing fast in his cultivation realm wouldn't remain a dream. The mine was dangerous, but it seemed that it was also full of opportunities. Mu Qi had obtained something remarkable here, after all. He didn't want rare treasures or inheritance. He just wanted some bubbles. The other disciples were stunned. Jiang Hao walked away with his hoe. Junior brother, don't let them out of your sight, he warned. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao. They weren't sure why he wanted a hoe. He was supposed to just stand around and supervise them. Even Situ Jian and his group were puzzled. Jiang Hao walked to a side and swung his hoe at an or that protruded from the wall. Some of the outer disciples of the sect, who were in the lifeblood refinement realm, were shocked. They couldn't understand why a senior was working when he could just stand in a corner and order others around. Jiang Hao didn't pay them any attention. He used the power of his foundation establishment realm to boost his hoe, and soon, he knocked out a piece of ore from the cave wall. A white bubble fell out with the ore. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Happy to mine. Several bubbles appeared. Although they were mostly white, it was still better than nothing. At least it proved to Jiang how that bubbles could be found in the mine. He became even more energetic. He controlled the flow of his energy and strength so that he could keep digging for a while longer. Jiang Hao took care not to reveal his cultivation realm accidentally. He deliberately used the lowest level of energy from the Foundation establishment realm. In this way, nobody could accuse him of using more energy and lifeblood despite being at the Foundation establishment stage. He dug out more ores and with it more white bubbles. Occasionally, a few green bubbles appeared along with the white. Jiang Hao didn't stop. He worked persistently. When he dug out ores of better quality, some blue bubbles appeared with them. He sighed in relief. After so many days, he finally had a hope of advancing through his cultivation level. With only his talent, it would take him more than 10 years to advance to the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. The blue bubbles were the fastest way of advancing. With enough blue bubbles, it would only take him a year or so. The sound of the hoe hitting rocks and ores rang through the mine. The ores were of high quality, but Jiang Hao didn't care. He ordered the workers to gather them and take them away. His goal was only to obtain more blue bubbles. The speed at which the bubbles appeared was unbelievable. They appeared one after another. Nobody had seen the bubbles appear so fast in the mines. Perhaps Jiang Hao had found a method to attract the bubbles to him. Mining was the fastest way to become stronger. Jiang Hao's cultivation and lifeblood increased. He had already absorbed around 10 blue bubbles by now. As Jiang Hao swung the hoe at the ore, it broke with a clang. Jiang Hao frowned. He wished he could take out his primordial heavenly blade and slice through the ores. However, that would draw too much attention to him. Senior brother Jiang, do you want to rest for a while? Asked the supervising disciple. Wu Jing was an outer disciple of the lifeblood refinement realm. He only needed to advance once to reach the Foundation establishment realm, and then he could join the inner sect. He could even apply to leave the mine after that. Usually, disciples were free to leave after they joined the inner sect, and could even apply for other jobs. However, the recent fight had caused a shortage of people, so nobody was allowed to leave their work, especially in the mines. The disciple was flustered. He didn't know what to do with this senior. Jiang Hao looked around and saw that everyone was taking a break. He nodded and walked to a corner. He asked the junior if he could get him a better hoe. Senior brother Jiang, do you still want to dig for ores? Asked Wu Jing in confusion. Yeah. Don't worry. I will make sure everyone is safe. His job was to make sure the workers were safe, and that the work was progressing smoothly. That was what he intended to do. Which branch of the Heavenly Note sect are you from? Asked Sidu Jian. Jiang Hao had just crouched down to catch a breath when Sidu Jian had quietly approached him. If you are done resting, go and work. Jiang Hao didn't want to encourage any sort of interaction with the captives. He wanted to wait until he could appraise them tomorrow. The 4 people from before definitely meant trouble. He needed to advance to the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. He didn't know how much time he had until these 4 people tried something dangerous. Jiang Hao had a lot on his mind. He wanted to dig more. He couldn't be too impatient. Back in the Devil's Den, it was because of his impatience that Lu Feng had found him suspicious. He didn't want to do anything like that because he didn't want to attract Yan Hua's attention. He had no choice but to be patient. After a while, Wu Jing finally brought him a hoe. This time, it was not an ordinary mining hoe. It was a hoe of the level of a magic treasure. Senior brother Jiang, I got this from the management building. Please don't break it. Wu Jing looked troubled. Otherwise, will it cost you spirit stones? How many? Asked Jiang Hao. Yeah. I don't have spirit stones right now, said Wu Jing. I get 10% from the advancement mission and the harvest mission. Jiang Hao nodded. Thank you. I'll be careful. Wu Jing then returned to his position to supervise the workers. Jiang Hao began to dig. The bubbles popped up one after the other. As they flew and absorbed into his body, he could feel the change in his cultivation and lifeblood. If he dug more, perhaps something better than blue bubbles might pop up. He was euphoric, but he made sure to maintain a calm front. He didn't want others to get suspicious. The speed at which he dug was unbelievable. The other felt frustrated. They assumed that this inner sect disciple was only showing off on the first day. From the next, it would fall on them to dig for ores and treasures. Only people at a low level of cultivation like them suffered the consequences. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Devour him whole. Jiang Hao didn't know what the others thought of him, and he didn't care. It didn't stop him from digging. Instead, it made him even more persistent. He didn't stop, except for when the rocks fell, and he had to move out of the way. As the sky darkened outside, Jiang Hao put away the hoe and looked around the mine shaft. Today's progress was good. The workers heaved a sigh of relief. At least now, they could hope for a filling meal. The people of the mine also wanted to make a name for themselves. With a high cultivation level like Wu Jing, it was easy for them to advance to the title of a supervisor. They could even become an inner sect disciple if they worked diligently and had no criminal record. As for the captives, after reaching the Foundation establishment stage, they would be thrown into the lawless tower again and would be escorted to the mines to work. However, despite high security, there were always some people who managed to escape. Jiang Hao glanced at Situ Jian and the others. At this moment, Shang Guanwen, who seemed to be so easily forgotten, suddenly turned to him. Jiang Hao was caught by surprise, but he didn't avoid his gaze. He just stared back at Shang Guanwen until the man turned away. Jiang Hao felt a sense of urgency to increase his cultivation level. After a day of mining, he obtained a total of 9 cultivation bubbles and 8 lifeblood bubbles, mostly white and green bubbles. Even if they were few, they were better than nothing. In fact, even the heavenly fragrance Dao flower didn't produce this many bubbles. After last time, the heavenly fragrance Dao flower only produced 2 bubbles every 3 days, which wasn't much. If everything goes smoothly, I can advance quickly within 4 days. Jiang Hao hoped there would be no trouble in these 4 days. When they all left the mine for the day, Yan Hua approached Jiang Hao with a smile. I heard you were busy digging, junior brother Jiang. Well, I had nothing else to do, so I was just helping out. I wanted to repay you for your kindness, senior sister. No one seemed to like Wei Lei around this area, but if Jiang Hao had a choice, he would choose Wei Lei over Yan Hua every day. At least Wei Lei didn't want to kill him. Yan Hua was different. Perhaps she was waiting for Situ Jian and the others to cause some trouble, so she could find an opening to strike. However, she had benefited from the recent mining work. Then junior brother Jiang, I will rely on you to do what you can, said Yan Hua. Will you escort people into the 6th open pit and supervise them tomorrow too? Of course, said Jiang Hao. They talked for a while and Jiang Hao took his leave. He needed to be extra careful. As he walked away, he felt eyes boring into his back from a distance. It made him uncomfortable. It felt as though she was going to devour him whole. He saw many people around the mine. So far, no one seemed suspicious. The captives still had hope that some people from their own sex would rescue them in the future. He sighed and walked away. The law enforcement hall didn't care about the mines. As long as the people worked and brought them ores, that was good enough for them. Along the way, he saw some people who were out and about on patrols. Their cultivation level was very high. The next day, Jiang Hao continued mining. He was even more diligent that day. The others were curious about him. They wondered how long this inner sect disciple would carry on. Jiang Hao had appraised Situ Jian and found something significant. The result of the appraisal was surprising. He had intended for Jiang Hao to discover those talismans. He wondered why Jingru had agreed to be part of Situ Jian's plan. Wasn't she afraid? Was there somebody else helping them? Jiang Hao had many questions in his mind. However, he had to wait till tomorrow to use his daily appraisal ability. As for the runes left behind by Situ Jian, Jiang Hao would investigate the area. If there was something amiss, he would immediately report it. Jiang Hao dug with all his might. He didn't care much about concealing his strength this time because he needed to advance his cultivation as soon as possible before these captives attacked him. Many bubbles popped up. They were mostly white, green, and blue. His strength and spirit increased bit by bit. Jiang Hao was focused on getting stronger. If he mined here for 100 years, he was bound to become the strongest. By the end of the day, Jiang Hao had obtained a total of 20 blue bubbles, in addition to the white and green. Of the 20 blue bubbles, 10 were for cultivation and 10 for lifeblood. Soon, Jiang Hao said to himself. When it was time for him to leave, Jiang Hao examined the grounds of the mine. He didn't find anything. Where did Situ Jian conceal the runes? He was also in the Golden Core realm and had read the nameless manual to detect energy fluctuations. However, he couldn't sense anything here. He couldn't really tell anyone about this, so he pretended as though everything was fine. Today's progress was at least 20% better than yesterday's. The others were happy too. They would definitely get better food tonight. The next day, Jiang Hao appraised Jingru. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Wanting to kill Yan Hua. So, she thought I didn't look heartless and used me? Jiang Hao sighed. It wasn't the first time that something like this had happened. There was still half a month left. He still had time. As long as he mined quickly enough to find more bubbles, he could advance to the intermediate stage soon. If he reached the intermediate stage soon enough, he might still be able to avoid Yan Hua. As for the attacks from the Black Heaven sect, he wasn't sure if he could face all of them. However, if he could deal with Situ Jian and the others before the sect arrived, he would be safe. He couldn't tell anyone about his suspicions. He hadn't even found the runes in the mine that Situ Jian had supposedly hidden. Jiang Hao knew that danger was approaching. He couldn't slow things down any longer. He dug with all his might. The others found Jiang Hao's behavior incomprehensible. However, seeing their supervisor being so diligent, they didn't dare lag behind. Besides, if they worked well, they would get better meals at night. 3 days later, Jiang Hao finally finished mining. Almost all the blue bubbles were wasted today because his interface didn't absorb it at all. However, Jiang Hao continued a while longer for the white and green bubbles. If he was lucky, he could accumulate more attributes and preserve them to advance to the next level. He mined when the others did and took a break after a while. He observed the workers around him. I can finally advance tonight, thought Jiang Hao. As for Situ Jian and the other 3, he had already appraised them all. Shangguan was indeed very dangerous. Although he was only in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, he was gifted. He had the ability to control every inch of his skin and his power. They had implanted an explosive somewhere. Its energy was reduced to the point that it was almost untraceable. Jiang Hao investigated the ground very closely. If he wasn't careful, he could trigger whatever they had hidden. However, he found nothing once again. He sighed in defeat. He had to admit that the enemies were very meticulous. Even with the help of the knowledge from the nameless manual, he couldn't sense anything at all. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. He needed to master the nameless manual if he wanted to find the runes. However, he couldn't do that in one day. Jiang Hao always remained alert, even in his own courtyard. He rarely slept. However, he needed some rest today. Some spirit herbs swayed in the wind in his courtyard. Jiang Hao had planted them thinking that they would produce some bubbles. He placed his special hoe in the courtyard and looked at it. He didn't know if anyone had bugged the hoe to monitor him, but it was better not to keep it with him inside the house. Jiang Hao walked into his house and opened his interface. He chose the option to cultivate. The next moment, spiritual energy surged into his body. Jiang Hao was taken aback at the strength of the energy. The Hong Meng Heart Sutra began to circulate, and purple energy guided his lifeblood. After the circulation started subsiding, his spiritual energy returned to his core. His lifeblood strengthened his body to 100 meridians. At this moment, the golden core was being nourished by his spiritual energy, and it was growing stronger by the second. As his spiritual energy calmed, Jiang Hao knew that he had advanced to the intermediate stage of the golden core realm. Everything had gone smoothly. He did not stop there. He made his lifeblood circulate to enhance his cultivation further. At the same time, he concealed much of his cultivation so that he didn't accidentally reveal it to others. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao opened his drowsy eyes. He got up and took out his primordial heavenly blade. He practiced the stance for the first form out of the 7 forms of the heavenly blade. He sensed the powerful intent of the saber. It made him feel more at ease. Should I look for Yanhua? Jiang Hao hesitated with the thought. Yanhua rarely stayed back in the mines after dark. If anyone was killed outside the mines, it would attract the attention of the law enforcement hall. He had to be patient. Jiang Hao headed to the mine and continued digging. Mining was indeed the fastest way to earn more bubbles. For a moment, Jiang Hao thought that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to work here. However, the heavenly fragrance Dao flower was too big of a responsibility for him to leave unattended. Jiang Hao saw a shadow outside. He was on his guard. However, when he went outside, he saw that it was just the Demoness. Why is she here? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Hong Yuye held a hoe and observed everyone around her. She turned to Jiang Hao after a while. You seem surprised, she said. Greetings, senior. Jiang Hao bowed. I am a little surprised, to be honest. He didn't think she would appear in the mines. Where is my flower? She asked without emotion. At my house, said Jiang Hao. Hong Yuye stared at Jiang Hao for a long time. And my tea. Jiang Hao was rendered speechless. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Special treasure under the mine. It seems you've been ignoring my instructions, said Hong Yuye. Her aura surged. It was vast and massive, like the Yangtze River. As senior, stammered Jiang Hao. I didn't really mean to do that intentionally. I was, in fact, trying to find that blend of tea when I was called to work in the mines. I cannot disobey the order from the sect. I couldn't uproot the flower and bring it here with me. I thought the environment would be unsuitable for its growth. Hong Yuye's gaze pushed him against the wall with a force. However, she let him go. She picked up the hoe. You like mining? I have begun to. Hong Yuye turned to him. Jiang Hao got nervous. Yes, I like it. She threw the hoe back to him. Then, she walked out of the mine as though she was there for a leisurely stroll. Follow me. Jiang Hao picked up his hoe and didn't dare hesitate a second longer. Hong Yuye stopped at the edge of the mine. Senior, there are a lot of people here. Jiang Hao reminded her. Hong Yuye glanced at him. Are you worried that I'll be in danger if someone sees me here? She asked. Or are you worried you'll be in danger if you are seen with me? The first one, of course, he lied. He was only worried about himself. I see you haven't stopped with your lies, said Hong Yuye. She didn't berate him this time. She looked around the mine. Did you find an inheritance inside? Jiang Hao hesitated and then nodded. Yes. That wasn't a lie. He had indeed found an inheritance in the mines. It had appeared when he was still refining his advancement. He had practically done it right under her nose. She would already know by now that he was in the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. This was dangerous. Who knows what other secrets this woman would pry into? It is said that this mine was the center of war in the distant past. Some still believe there are many fallen treasures inside. Many spent their time digging persistently to find them. Others tried to blow up the mines because they thought these treasures were hidden in the depths, said Hong Yuye without emotion. She sounded like she was talking about something ordinary and unimportant. However, her words shocked Jiang Hao. He realized that whoever had put Situ Jian and the captives here was planning to find out if the legend was true. Jiang Hao had never heard about the legend. No one had ever mentioned it. Situ Jian and the others probably didn't know about it either. However, if Situ Jian's plan succeeded, the Heavenly Note sect would suffer a crushing defeat even if they won against Azure Mountain. Senior, are you also here to obtain the special treasure? Asked Jiang Hao. Even though he didn't know what the treasure would be, he guessed it might be something valuable if the Demoness was after it. He didn't want the treasure. The law enforcement hall's investigation was meticulous. They would eventually hunt him down if he hid the treasure. So, he would hand the treasure in if he happened to find it. He didn't want to attract any attention to himself. He wanted others to think he wasn't someone significant, and that he was just a simple disciple who planted and took care of the spirit herbs. Hong Yuye glanced at him, but she didn't answer. However, her look was full of disdain. Jiang Hao's heart sank. When will I get rid of this Demoness? He sensed that she hadn't sought him out because of his background, or to keep an update on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It was something else. Was it because of the heaven extinction Yang Gu poison? That made him feel even more nervous, as though a knife was hanging above his head. She was even more dangerous than the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, the Sunset Immortal sect, and the Heavenly Saint sect combined. Jiang Hao had offended so many people at once. He sighed inwardly. Hong Yuye turned around and left. She took a few steps and disappeared into thin air. A voice sounded in his mind. Remember that your job is to take care of my flower. If I see you in the mine next time, there'll be consequences. Jiang Hao was speechless. He needed to find a way to leave the mines. He didn't linger around and went down. He saw Yan Hua smiling at him. Jiang Hao always felt her gaze on him. Whenever he sensed her watching him, it made his scalp tingle. Junior brother Jiang, the group you led to the 6th open pit has shown so much progress, said Yan Hua. It seems assigning the job to you was the right thing to do. Jiang Hao thought that keeping Yan Hua happy right now was his best bet to delay her attack. As long as he did well, she would be content. Good progress meant better rewards. If Jiang Hao increased the progress, Yan Hua would receive the reward, or so she thought. That was fine with him. He thanked her and went off to mine again. If possible, he wanted to advance to the next stage as soon as possible. It was always better to become stronger than the enemy. Besides, from what the Demoness said, people from the Black Heaven sect must be on their way to invade the mines. They wanted the treasure hidden in the mines. At night, Situ Jian and the other 3 captives returned to their accommodation. This was just a crude shelter that provided some protection from the wind and the rain. The space was very small. It was quite crowded. "Isn't it about time?" asked Beishua flatly. Her face held no emotions at all, as if they had been sucked dry. "I still need some time. About 7 to 8 days, said Jingru. The person with the talisman doesn't move very often, so I can't set the perimeter of the location. That's why the progress is so slow. I was so worried that he might not have found the talismans after all. It's risky. What if he makes a move? Asked Shangguanwen. That won't happen, said Jingru with a smile. I can sense that Jiang Hao isn't very ruthless. He is not a killer. He seems to be far too cautious for his own good. I didn't expect him to hand over the talismans directly, though. He seems to be an honest person. But I am prepared for the worst. Even if I am caught, I won't implicate any of you. If it wasn't for the fact that destroying the talismans requires someone from the Golden Core realm, we wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Jingru turned to Situjian. How are your preparations going? Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Killing Jiang Hao in one move. Situjian shook his head. I stopped setting up the runes. The others were surprised. Although they were assigned together to get the job done, they weren't very familiar with each other in the beginning. It had taken a few days for them to get to know one another. After that, they assigned small tasks among themselves to get things done. Even if they were caught, they were loyal enough not to put each other in danger. Why? Asked Beishue. I did set up runes in the beginning, but, Situjian sighed. After we met Jiang Hao, I stopped. Is he that dangerous? Asked Shangguanwen. I don't know. He shouldn't be. He doesn't look dangerous or powerful, said Situjian. He did notice my little trick, though. He is definitely not mediocre, or he wouldn't have noticed it at all, said Jingru. I just sense something, you know. I feel that he is more dangerous than he looks, said Situjian. So, I stopped setting up the runes to prevent him from noticing it. He looked at them. Also, didn't you notice? He always hangs around at the end and searches the ground as though he is looking for something. I think he knows what we are up to. He is just trying to find evidence. Be careful. Aren't you just being unnecessarily cautious? Asked Jingru. Better that than getting caught, said Situjian with a smile. Now, we just need to wait till the location is perfected. The things we prepared till now will be enough. There's no need to take extra risk. Have you secured the escape route? Yes, said Beishue. I found a way out from the back. When the time comes, we just need to leave that way. We don't need to do anything else. I am guessing the seniors are planning to attack the mine for some bigger purpose? Maybe, said Situjian. Have you found the people you wanted to save? Remember to inform the seniors when the time comes. Don't take too long. Once our plan is a success, I feel like Jiang Hao will chase after us. Do we kill him when that happens? Asked Shangguanwen. My opinion is that if he doesn't harm us directly, we shouldn't make him our enemy, said Jingru. Shangguanwen looked at Beishue and Jingru. If he's really powerful like Situjian seems to think he is, then having him as an enemy will only ruin our plan, said Jingru. We'll see what to do when we get to it. We'll need to act quickly depending on the situation, said Beishue. I don't think it will be particularly difficult to kill him. I can kill him in one move, said Shangguanwen. I have observed him. In terms of strength, cultivation, and spirit, he doesn't seem to have any outstanding points. Getting rid of him should be easy. Don't worry about him. We can observe for a few more days to see if anything happens. The Heavenly Note sect will keep a close eye on us, so things won't go as smoothly as we expect, said Situjian. The others remained quiet. They waited and observed the situation for a few more days. Jiang Hao spent the next few days mining. Every time he sensed Yan Hua close, he felt her eyes on him. It felt as though she couldn't get her hands on him soon enough to turn him into one of her puppets. Jiang Hao stayed calm and composed. He didn't mind. In fact, he was waiting for her to strike so he could fight back. He had gone to look for Yan Hua a few days ago. It had already been 5 days since he had advanced to the intermediate stage. He also knew that people from the Black Heaven sect were coming here soon. He was about to check his interface when he heard a sound coming from the ores nearby. "Retreat! Quickly!" shouted Jiang Hao to the workers. The miners were confused. Only 3 people seemed to take his words to heart. They fled. A huge snake demon broke out of the rock. As it slithered, chunks of rocks broke off and fell to the ground. It was a rock drilling snake. The miners who didn't move out of the way were struck by the falling rock. The miners who had managed to hide were a little nervous. At this moment, the rock drilling snake opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow the people who were trapped beneath the fallen rocks. The junior supervisor, Wu Jing, was about to attack the snake. However, a silver light glinted somewhere, and the snake's head fell to the ground. The light appeared again, like rays of moonlight, and cut the snake into pieces. The creature in the intermediate stage of the Foundation establishment realm was killed just like that. It had happened so quickly that everyone was surprised. Wu Jing looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. At this moment, Jiang Hao was retracting his saber. Wu Jing had come across many rock drilling snakes in the mine. They always caused panic among the miners. The creature wasn't very strong, but it sometimes caught people defenseless. Sometimes, even the inner sect disciples were helpless before the creature. However, it had been killed the moment it appeared. The miners looked at Jiang Hao with newfound respect. They felt that this supervisor was indeed very strong. Situ Jian looked at Jiang Hao. He felt that it would be better not to run into him in the future. His instinct told him that Jiang Hao wasn't as simple as he seemed. 3 people had been caught under the falling rock. 2 men and 1 woman. Jiang Hao walked over to them. One of the men had suffered a severe injury on his thigh. The woman's arm was wounded too. She wore the clothes of some other sect. Jiang Hao took out a pain-relieving talisman and threw it on her arm. The woman looked around smugly, as though to say that even as a captive, she was better than them. The injured man lowered his head and didn't say anything. Jiang Hao kicked him. "Open your mouth!" The man was surprised. He opened his mouth, and Jiang Hao placed a medicinal pill into it. The man swallowed. There was an immediate effect. His lifeblood surged, and his thigh began healing. He could even feel his cultivation improving. Just sit and rest for a while. I'll continue with my work," said Jiang Hao. As he was about to leave, the woman grabbed him. "Was that a spirit-gathering pill?" she asked. "I'm injured too. Why didn't you give me one?" Jiang Hao was stunned. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. The Stupid Woman. The people in the mines were shocked at the woman's actions. Many were also surprised that Jiang Hao had talismans and pills on him. "Why should I give you a spirit-gathering pill?" Jiang Hao asked the woman. Judging from her build, she seemed to be in the late stage OT the Foundation establishment realm. She was young, which meant she could still advance rapidly. However, she had quite an attitude. Those who were of a lower level of cultivation should know their place. They needed to have respect for the ones who were of higher cultivation level than them, otherwise they would end up dead. The fact that the woman was demanding something from someone who was of higher cultivation than her meant that she might have been born into a noble family and lacked manners. "He's injured and I'm injured too. Why is it that I only get a pain-relieving talisman, and he gets a spirit-gathering pill?" asked Rin Shuang haughtily. She assumed that she didn't need to be afraid of Jiang Hao since he was kind enough to give the injured workers talismans and pills. She was the daughter of an elder of the Black Heaven sect. She wasn't inferior to anyone here. Jiang Hao raised his half-moon blade and placed it at her throat. It wasn't unsheathed, but he didn't need to. The threat was clear. "Are you able to mine?" he asked. "I'm injured. I can't work in this condition," said Rin Shuang indignantly. The blade flashed, and blood flowed out of a cut on Renshuang's neck. It was only a small cut. She covered her neck. A chill ran down her spine. "I'm going to ask again," said Jiang Hao. "Can you mine or not?" "Yes. Yes, I can." Renshuang trembled in fear. The hand that covered the cut on her neck was already tainted by blood. She knew that if she said no, she would be decapitated. "That's great." Jiang Hao retracted his blade and turned to leave. He instructed Wu Jing to drag out the corpse of the beast. After collecting 2 blue bubbles, he picked up the hoe and began to dig. The others followed suit. Renshuang covered the cut with her hands and tried her best to stop the bleeding. Jingru glanced at Jiang Hao and frowned. It seemed that he was indeed different from what she had imagined. Shangguanwen lowered his head and continued to dig. No one knew what he was thinking. After what had just happened, everyone seemed to be a little afraid of Jiang Hao. They worked quietly and diligently. Their progress at the end of the day was 30% better than yesterday. Wu Jing was in disbelief. He had never seen the miners work so diligently before. He was shocked by Jiang Hao. It seemed that inner sect disciples were not someone to mess with. Yanhua smiled. "Junior brother Jiang, you are amazing." "You flatter me, senior sister Yan," said Jiang Hao humbly. "By the way, the 4 people from before? Do they seem suspicious?" she asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. Other than the information he got from the appraisal, he hadn't found anything else. It made him curious. He needed to read the Nameless Manual and grasp the concepts once more. However, he didn't have time. He could only focus on refining his cultivation for now. 2 days later, Jiang Hao appraised Jingru again. The information he got from the ability revealed that she would be able to perfect the location tomorrow. The attackers might then arrive. Tomorrow, it would be dangerous in the mine as well as outside. That day, Jiang Hao opened his interface when he reached home. "Even if I find more bubbles tomorrow, it won't be enough. I need at least 2 days to accumulate the attribute. Besides, I need 1 whole night to break through to the next stage." Jiang Hao was silent. There was no other choice. He let out a weary sigh and went out to look for Wu Yuanwu. As he got near the mine, he observed the people who were strolling around. Some of them were in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. A few were even above that level. He didn't know if the Heavenly Note sect had sensed anything. Jiang Hao wondered if he should just leave the sect. However, if he left, he would be at the mercy of others. "The best I can do right now is to avoid the calamity and focus on my cultivation. I have to survive tomorrow." Tomorrow was a big day. If he died tomorrow, all his effort would have been for nothing. Jiang Hao felt that it was a pity he couldn't break through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm when he was this close. He went back to his house. At daybreak, Jiang Hao walked out of his house. He glanced at the spirit herbs growing around his courtyard. When the Black Heaven sect and the others attacked today, this place would be targeted too. He couldn't make any changes now because that would attract suspicions. He wanted to tell someone about the impending attack, but didn't know who he should turn to. When he arrived at the mines, Jiang Hao saw Yanhua. She smiled. She seemed even more happy than usual. Jiang Hao realized that she knew about the attack from the Black Heaven sect. Once the attack began, she would come for him. "Junior brother Jiang, don't run around once you enter the mine. If something happens, wait for me," said Yanhua. "Otherwise, you might get injured." Jiang Hao nodded and said nothing more. He led the workers into the mine. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Don't try to test me. Jiang Hao could feel Yanhua's gaze on him as he walked into the mine. He couldn't help it. He turned around to check. Yanhua was staring at him unwaveringly. When she saw him turn around, she smiled brightly. Jiang Hao nodded at her and entered the mine. It unsettled him to live as someone's target. Moreover, Yan Hua had some twisted plans for him. When they reached the depths of the mine, Jiang Hao looked around and found a place that looked sturdy enough. "Let's dig here today," he said. No one had any objections. Usually, when they couldn't find anything good in one place, they chose another area. So, it wasn't unusual at all. When everyone was busy digging, Jiang Hao glanced at Sidu Jian and the other three. He noticed that they stood a little apart. The four of them had spread out a little. They stood near other captives. One of them was the woman from yesterday. It seemed like she was one of the people the Black Heavens sect was going to rescue. Jiang Hao was a little worried. He didn't care about being targeted by the outside sects because he had no intention of leaving the Heavenly Note sect anytime soon, at least not until he sorted the matter with the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. However, he was worried that the woman would order Sidu Jian and the other captives to kill him when the Black Heavens sect attacked. This was too troublesome. He had to worry about Sidu Jian and the others, Yan Hua and the attackers. It would be easier for him to expose his cultivation to the Heavenly Note sect instead. It was the beginning of the nightmare. He needed to be careful. Jiang Hao observed Sidu Jian and the others to see if they would make a move. He wanted to be ready if that happened. Jiang Hao knew what his next steps would be. He would use the demonic sound slash with the primordial heavenly blade. He wanted to get rid of them all as soon as possible and escape from there. That would be his last resort. He hoped no one would attack him so that he wouldn't have to use such a violent method. Jiang Hao picked up his hoe and got ready to dig. He didn't know when the enemy would attack, but he couldn't just stand around and do nothing. Sidu Jian projected his thoughts onto the arrogant Ren Shuang. "Junior sister Ren, I am warning you. I am here to rescue you. But if you order me around or dare to act out, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. After that, you'll be trapped here for a lifetime. When I take you away from here, stay quiet. You can do as you please after we're out of here, but until then, your life is in my hands. Don't try to test me." Ren Shuang lowered her head and continued digging. She didn't say a word. She wished there was someone else who was tasked with rescuing her. However, his cultivation was higher than hers, so she couldn't go against him. At noon, Yan Hua looked up at the sky and smiled. Then, she strode towards the mine. No one knew why she was suddenly making her way to the mine. Nobody dared to ask her. In the cave, everyone was taking a break. Sidu Jian and the others were sitting outside. Ren Shuang was also there with them. She lowered her head nervously. She was not the only one. Some of the people in the lifeblood refinement realm were also feeling anxious. Everyone seemed to know that today was the day. Shangguan Wen and the others were much calmer. They had already made their preparations. Inside, Jiang Hao, who was also taking a break, felt the sudden fluctuation in spiritual energy. It was very faint, but it was there. They're here. He held onto his half-moon blade and made his own preparations. Boom! An explosion rang outside. The entire cave shook, and some parts of the mine collapsed. Fortunately, Jiang Hao and the others weren't in the line of fire. Jiang Hao got up. He wanted to leave because he knew Yan Hua was coming for him and didn't want to kill her here. He was worried that Sidu Jian and the others would take the opportunity and attack him along with Yan Hua. Sidu Jian was quick. He tore the talisman apart and began to retreat with the others. "Fellow disciple Jiang, it seems there is something happening outside. I'm going to go and check," said Sidu Jian as the other disappeared deeper into the mine. Jiang Hao was relieved. This could buy him some time. The tremors stopped. Everyone felt helpless. Wu Jing looked at Sidu Jian and the others. He was angry. These people dared to run wherever they pleased without his permission. He was going to chase after Sidu Jian, but Jiang Hao stopped him. "Stay here and watch the miners. I'll take a look outside." Wait for me here. Jiang Hao didn't linger around to see if Wu Jing understood him. He ran outside. Sidu Jian and the others were going to escape from a route that was somewhere at the corner. Jiang Hao had found out the location when he had appraised Beishui. All he had to do was avoid that path. They couldn't go in or out of the mine. Yanhua must be on her way. He needed to find other caves and decide whether he wanted to attack head-on or choose a defensive approach. Not long after Jiang Hao left, Yanhua appeared before Wu Jing. "Manager Yan," said Wu Jing in greeting. Yanhua looked around. Many people were missing from the mine. She didn't care about the others. She was looking for one specific person. "Where's Jiang Hao?" she asked. Senior brother Jiang went to check what was happening outside. "He asked us to wait here," said Wu Jing truthfully. "Is that so?" Yanhua smiled. "Then you have to wait here. You're not allowed to leave until he comes back." "Yes, of course." Wu Jing lowered his head. Her smile scared him. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. Senior Sister Yan, be more careful of people like me in your next life. If Jiang Hao didn't run to the deepest part of the mine, she could find him soon. Yanhua walked deeper into the mine. She didn't seem worried about losing her way. She walked slowly and with purpose. It got hotter. That was because the deeper part of the mine had lava. It was not an easy walk toward the opening to the outside. "Are you trying to escape the mine alone, or did you really make your way there to check?" Yanhua licked her dry lips. She wasn't in a hurry. This was what she enjoyed. She liked to play the game of predator and prey. The more the prey tried to escape, the more fun the hunt would be. It made her feel excited. She took out a small knife from the fold of her clothes. It was used to skin animals or even people. She sighed. "I wonder how it will feel when I split his chest open and take out his heart." She laughed softly. "I want to see what face he makes." She walked on and came to a cave that was scorching hot. In the middle of the cave was the opening where lava surged. If anyone fell in, they would burn to death. Yanhua was a little surprised. "He runs so fast." She looked around. She saw a path leading away, but she saw no trail of Jiang Hao. It meant he hadn't left this place. Yanhua smiled as she blocked the saber with her knife. The next moment, she felt a dagger in her neck. She was taken aback. She turned to look behind her. The saber pierced her heart. A knife flashed and cut her hand which held the knife. Her severed hand fell to the ground. She still didn't see Jiang Hao anywhere. Another sword pierced her from the side. Several swords flew at lightning speed and impaled her from all sides. However, Yanhua didn't look to be in pain. There wasn't even any blood. "Junior brother Jiang, you're really naughty, aren't you?" Yanhua turned to look behind her. Only her head turned around on her neck. Her body remained as it was. She could finally make out a faint figure. It was Jiang Hao. His heart sank. Yanhua was harder to kill than he had expected. He had impaled her from every direction and still couldn't find any weak point in her body. Did she turn herself into a puppet too? Jiang Hao wondered. However, his daily appraisal ability had confirmed that this was her real body. Jiang Hao appraised her once again. The panel told him that weak points existed in her body, but they were difficult to find. "Senior Sister Yan, were you looking for me?" She laughed. "When did you figure it out?" She was impressed. "Junior brother Jiang, you are smarter than I expected. It is no wonder you were chosen to take care of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It's very impressive." "How many traitors like you are in the sect?" asked Jiang Hao. He was charging his saber for a head-on attack. He needed a little time. Yanhua laughed again. "Do you have any last words?" She pulled out her spirit sword. She looked at ease because she knew there was nowhere for Jiang Hao to escape. Jiang Hao didn't plan on escaping. He took out his primordial heavenly blade. Purple energy swirled around the hilt of the saber. Senior Sister Yen, be more careful of people like me in your next life. He brandished his saber and rushed forward. He used the second form from the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade, Mountain Suppression Technique. Boom! A majestic aura surrounded the blade. Yanhua was stunned. Her calm eyes finally showed some semblance of fear. The primordial Heavenly Blade, Shiyu, descended with a force and cut through all obstacles. Inahua's head turned blank. Bang! Blood and flesh exploded and flew everywhere. Jiang Hao used the saber 2 more times to make sure she was really dead. He was worried that Yanhua might get up at any moment and attack him again, so he threw the flesh and blood into the lava pit. He collected the stones and debris stained with her blood and threw them into the lava too. Jiang Hao waited for a while to make sure Yanhua wouldn't crawl out of the pit suddenly. He then began to plan his next steps. She's dead, he muttered. She's really dead. I need to find out what is happening outside. If the Heavenly Note sect isn't a match for the attackers, the mine will blow up soon. I need to leave. He looked at the path that led outside. He wanted to go that way, but he was worried he would stumble upon Situ Jian and the others. Jiang Hao waited there near the lava pit. He didn't want to rush out and fight Situ Jian and the others. There was no use fighting against 4 people at the same time. He glanced at the lava pit. He needed to be wary of the people from the Heavenly Saint sect in the future. Yanhua had been difficult to kill. He couldn't imagine how much more tough the Saintess in training, Ming would be. Senior brother Mu Qi had an affair with the Saintess, so he needed to be extra careful of him too. Mu Qi might be used by the Saintess to get to him, and he wouldn't even realize it. Boom! The mine shook again. The lava surged up. I can't wait any longer. Jiang Hao sheathed the primordial Heavenly Blade and prepared to leave. Just as he took a step forward, he realized that someone had just entered the cave. The road there is blocked. We have to take this road. Beishua's voice rang out. Soon, Situ Jian and the others arrived too. They were as equally shocked to see Jiang Hao as he was to see them. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Why? Jiang Hao sighed inwardly as more and more people followed behind them. This was such a harsh coincidence. He was trying so hard to avoid them, only for them to walk in on him here. The half-moon blade appeared in his hand. He didn't want any conflict. Anyone who could bypass the lawless tower was not as simple as they looked. Shangguan and the others stared at Jiang Hao warily. They hadn't expected to run into Jiang Hao too. For a moment, everyone was too stunned to do anything. Just as Shangguan and Beishua drew their weapons, Situ Jian stepped forward with a smile. He stopped them. Fellow disciple Jiang, what a coincidence. We're just going to make our way through that path. We won't interrupt you in whatever you were doing if you allow us to leave quietly. Please do us this one favor. Situ Jian gestured to the others to walk forward. He was last in line. As everyone walked toward the path, he turned back to look at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had no intention to fight all of them. If they just wanted to leave peacefully, he was more than willing to oblige. He didn't want to take any risk. It was better for everyone to leave this place as soon as possible. Besides, he had just fought with Yanhua and exhausted much of his energy. He wasn't at his best to have another go. Jiang Hao watched the people make their way across the lava pit toward the small path. Thank you, fellow disciple, said Situ Jian. I'll definitely send you a gift in the future as a token of gratitude. He then turned around and followed the others out. When everyone had left, Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. If they had made their way here, it meant that there was some fierce fighting going on outside. If the Heavenly Note sect was winning, all of them would be dealt with. However, if the Black Heaven sect had the upper hand, it would be too dangerous for him to go outside. He might be dragged into the fray and then killed. Situ Jian and the others walked on. Jingru looked troubled. The situation isn't safe for us. What if Jiang Hao sends someone after us? Don't worry. We need to move fast and leave this place as soon as possible. We still have a little time, said Situ Jian. But the mine has too many supervisors. If Jiang Hao meets one of them, he might come after us, said Jingru. She turned to the others. What do you all think? Ren Shuang wanted to go back and end Jiang Hao before he caused any trouble. However, she didn't say it out loud. She knew that if she did something like that, Situ Jian would leave her behind. I also think that he is a danger to us all. He is only in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. I can go back and kill him quietly, said Shangguanwen. I'll come with you. I feel that he shouldn't be left alive, said Jingru. Situ Jian couldn't stop them. Beishua didn't say a word. Shangguanwen and Jingru turned around and made their way back. Situ Jian sighed. Come on, move your feet. We need to leave as soon as possible. If anyone slacks off, I'll leave you behind. He led the way in quick stride. No one dared to speak against him. Is he really that dangerous? Beishua projected a message to him. I don't know, said Situ Jian. But my intuition tells me that we shouldn't make him an enemy, even if he is only in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. I think junior brother Shangguan feels the same. To ensure our safety, I can't wait for them. Our safest plan is to leave them behind. They can always use the teleportation array and return to us if they're still alive. Beishua didn't say anything further. The group walked quickly and reached the exit. Situ Jian projected a message to Ren Shuang that only she could hear. If they don't come back, you'd better be careful what you say to your sect. Your words might cause more destruction than necessary. That's all I want to say. After waiting for a while, Jiang Hao walked past the lava pit. However, just as he was going to leave, he sensed something. A knife was aimed at his neck. It was just too quick. The half-moon blade blocked it. Clang! Jiang Hao turned around in a whirl and kicked at his attacker. There were two of them. Without losing any time, Jiang Hao used the first form of the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade, Moon Slaying. The blade glinted silver and he attacked. The impact forced his attacker backward. Jiang Hao finally saw who it was. Shangguanwen from the Black Heaven sect. Their eyes met. Jiang Hao had already moved past and slashed the blade across his neck. Blood spurted from the fresh wound. Shangguanwen stared at Jiang Hao in disbelief. The person in front of him wasn't at the Foundation establishment realm. Instead, he was in the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. Shangguanwen clutched at his neck as he fell to the ground. Jiang Hao saw a woman in the corner trying to make a move. It was Jingru from the Wind Lightning sect. She looked shocked and frightened. Jiang Hao's blade shook. It had already locked onto her. Jingru had no choice but to accept her fate and fight. Both of them were in the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm, but Jiang Hao suppressed her will with the mountain suppression technique. His half-moon blade slashed down. Jingru could not believe it. She had accompanied Shangguanwen to assist him if needed. However, he died in the blink of an eye despite how strong he was. Boom! As the saber descended on her, Jingru's mind went blank. Why? That was the last word she heard. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Unexpected Disaster. Jiang Hao killed them quickly. He then observed his surroundings. He wasn't sure he could handle it if Situ Jian and Beishua also came out of the shadows to attack him. He had used too much of his energy and didn't know if he could use the first and second forms of the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade again today. Although the fight had been short and quick, it had consumed too much of his spiritual energy. He checked to make sure the 2 people were dead, and then threw them into the lava pit. Jiang Hao then made his way toward the small path. He had let the captives go, and they had still attacked him. To eliminate any danger, he wanted to find them and get rid of them all. If it hadn't been for the knowledge he had gained from the nameless manual, he might not have sensed Shangguan 1 at all. As expected, Shangguan 1 had been the most dangerous of the bunch. Jiang Hao checked his half-moon blade. It was full of cracks. He needed to buy another saber soon, but he didn't have enough spirit stones to afford a decent one right now. Jiang Hao hesitated. He then followed the path to look for the others. However, he couldn't find any sign of Sidujian and the rest of the captives. They already left? Jiang Hao was surprised. They didn't wait for Shangguan 1 and Jingru. He understood that Sidujian hadn't sent the 2 after him. Maybe Sidujian didn't want to be his enemy, after all. Looks like there is no way to get to him now. There was an explosion outside. A sandstorm surged. Jiang Hao hesitated a while before making his way toward the small exit. The mines were not safe anymore. If he was caught in the fray, he would definitely die. Jiang Hao ran toward the exit. When he finally reached the outside of the mine, he could see that he was surrounded by broken rocks and rubble. He turned to look in the direction where the explosions were still going on. There were continuous spells being cast to disintegrate the place. Parts of the mountain cracked and the earth shook. Jiang Hao was frightened. The spell and the magic he sensed were far too powerful. How strong was the person casting it? He fled. He had just advanced to the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. If he stayed here, he would definitely die. He ran as quickly as he could and came upon a forest. This was the edge of the sect. Jiang Hao examined his surroundings and decided that this area should be safe for now. He hadn't seen anyone on his way here. He had no idea where Sidujian and the others had vanished. Jiang Hao finally stopped for a breather. I'll wait and see who wins. If the Heavenly Note sect wins, I'll return to the mine. If not, I'll stay away. There is no reason for me to rush my death. Even if I get punished later for running away, at least I'll be alive. The destruction of the mine didn't mean that the Heavenly Note sect would allow itself to be conquered. The enemy had come for the treasure. They would leave after finding it. They didn't have the army to conquer the whole sect. Most of the experts of the Heavenly Note sect were outside fighting the Azure Mountain. That was the reason why the enemy sect had seized the opportunity to storm the mines. Otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance. There was another explosion nearby. The impact destroyed some trees and bushes. Jiang Hao's armor had protected him from the flying shrapnel. Jiang Hao summoned his saber in a panic. He couldn't stay hidden for long. Ha ha ha, are those what they call the top 10 disciples of the Heavenly Note sect? Pathetic. Was that all they could do? I don't think I want to be part of this stupid game any longer. I'm leaving. Jiang Hao didn't want to get involved in whatever this was. He only wanted to flee. Just as he prepared to run, he heard someone call him. Junior brother, wait. The rough voice carried the kind of authority that one couldn't disobey. The 2 people stared at him. This was a disaster. A chill ran down Jiang Hao's spine. The 2 people were far stronger than him. He sensed that they were beyond the Golden Core realm. Fighting them would be suicidal. He then turned to the one who had stopped him. A few paces away stood a white-robed man in the middle of a magic array. There was a lot of blood on his robe. The other person looked buff and sturdy. He looked strong but was trapped by strange runes. The distraction had given him a chance to break free from the runes holding him. He was in the Heavenly Note sect's uniform. That meant the person in the bloody white robe was from the Black Heaven sect. "Junior brother, hurry and help me stop him," shouted Manlong. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He didn't want to get involved in the fight, but he couldn't ignore a senior's plea for help when both of them belonged to the same sect. He would be considered a traitor if he didn't help. "Little fellow, I advise you not to interfere." Xian Yuan Tai stared at him icily. Jiang Hao decided to put up an act. He took out the 10,000 sword talisman and threw it at the intruder. That might not even be enough to prevent him from teleporting away. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. No barrier for protection? Jiang Hao had never intended to get involved. However, he happened to be nearby and couldn't refuse to help a fellow disciple from the same sect. If only he had seen them beforehand, he would have gone the other way. He had no choice but to put up an act to show his fellow disciple that he was doing his best. He threw the 10,000 sword talisman. That was all he was willing to do. The enemy could easily block that attack and leave. Everyone assumed that he was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage, so just trying to help was worthy of praise. Jiang Hao activated the 10,000 sword talisman. The enemy had already activated the magic array. His talisman wouldn't hinder the enemy's magic. Jiang Hao wanted him gone more than anybody else. Jiang Hao thought that by the time the 10,000 swords even reached the magic array, the enemy would have long disappeared. However, the swords stabbed into the array and interrupted the enemy. One of the swords even stabbed Xian Yuan Tai in the thigh. Xian Yuan Tai turned to Jiang Hao with contempt in his eyes. Jiang Hao was speechless. "Seriously?" thought Jiang Hao. "It's an important array which could help you escape, and yet, you didn't even put a barrier for protection?" The interface blinked and informed him that he had obtained an aggro bubble. Jiang Hao was preparing to attack. He didn't want the enemy to annihilate him in his anger. Boom! Manlong had completely broken free from the runes. He charged at Xian Yuan Tai and slammed him to the ground with one hand. "TSK, is that all you have?" Xian Yuan Tai stared coldly at the Manlong. "Do you think you've finally caught me? Try being this insufferable when you are sent to the Lawless Tower," said Manlong. He turned to Jiang Hao. "I'm Manlong, a disciple from the Flowing Waterfall. What's your name, junior brother?" "Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts," said Jiang Hao politely. "All right," said Manlong. "Thank you for your help. I'll be sure to credit this to you. However, even if I don't, I hope you can understand. I have worked hard to subdue this piece of shit." Manlong laughed. "Of course, senior brother Manlong," said Jiang Hao. "I barely did anything. It was all your effort. I just happened to be passing by." Jiang Hao didn't really care for any sort of credit right now. Manlong chuckled. "You seem wise. However, if I get a reward, I'll be sure to direct the remaining resources to you. I'll remember your help." Manlong looked around. "You should wait here until tomorrow. The matter with the mine should be resolved by then. Don't loiter around. It's dangerous." He then left with the defeated enemy. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief when the two people left. He didn't really care about credit and recognition. He had helped Manlong in capturing an important disciple of the Black Heaven sect. The more people knew about that, the more he would be targeted. He had already provoked a lot of people. He didn't want to add the Black Heaven sect to the list. It would be difficult to clear his name in the future. He couldn't live like a runaway all his life. He retreated to the depths of the forest. Although Manlong had said it was safer here, he didn't quite believe it. However, he had no choice but to wait it out. The problem in the mines might be resolved soon. Jiang Hao sat cross-legged under a tree. He placed his primordial heavenly blade on his lap. He was refining and accumulating energy in the saber. If anyone came close, he would need to use the saber to attack. If he had enough energy accumulated in the saber, it would work in his favor. He sat there the entire day. The next morning, the area around the mines was quiet. However, he waited till evening to make his way back to the mines. The situation seemed to have been resolved. It looks like everything is fine now. I can't hear any explosions. The mines looked intact, which meant that the Black Heaven sect had failed. Jiang Hao walked all the way to the little exit from where he had fled the day before. He found Wu Jing and the other miners where he had left them. They sat cross-legged on the ground, looking scared. Some of them had been injured because of the explosion. It had been impossible for them to get out. They weren't stupid. They knew that they would drop dead the minute they stepped out, so they had chosen to wait inside. They were lost and frightened. Jiang Hao had told them to wait here and then disappeared. They felt that their supervisor had abandoned them. "Senior brother Jiang, you're back," said Wu Jing. The others turned to look. Their faces brightened. Even though previous inner sect disciples had treated them very badly as their supervisors, they were happy to see Jiang Hao. They felt that Jiang Hao was different. He was kinder. Jiang Hao nodded and acknowledged them. He distributed some pain-relieving talismans to the ones injured. He asked Wu Jing if he was all right. Wu Jing was happy to see him. He told Jiang Hao that Yen Hua was looking for him. Jiang Hao stayed quiet. A few miners had run away when the commotion started. The rest had stayed put till someone came to rescue them. "I found a way out," said Jiang Hao. "Follow me." He led the miners through the small path past the lava pit. They met Lu Xingchen and some other disciples who were there to rescue the miners. "It's good to see you, junior brother Jiang. I have some things I need to talk to you about." Lu Xingchen was glad to see that Jiang Hao was okay. Chapter 65 Making a Great Contribution. Chapter 65 Making a Great Contribution. The miners were escorted out by Lu Xingchen's group. Jiang Hao followed Lu Xingchen out to the edge of the mine. The people of the Law Enforcement Hall were searching the mine to find the intruders. Many people from the other sect infiltrated the mine, but Elder Baiji trapped them in time. Some of the intruders are dead, some escaped, and others were captured. A portion of the mine has been destroyed, blown up. The intruders likely found what they came for. Lu Xingchen looked solemn as he gazed down at the pit. "There is nothing we can do about that right now. Overall, we have won this fight and the situation is under control. I didn't know about any of this before. Otherwise, I would have come to warn you." He looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt a little emotional. He didn't look at Lu Xingchen. He looked down into the pit. There was some power in there. It seemed that the Heavenly Note sect had already made preparations. Otherwise, the entire mine might have been destroyed. He was curious. Was there really a treasure in this mine? How had the Black Heaven sect found out about it? Jiang Hao had a nagging feeling that the Heavenly Note sect's mine was not as simple as it appeared to be. There was the heavenly fragrance Dao flower too. Jiang Hao thanked Lu Xingchen for looking out for him. He asked him if it was true that a treasure was hidden in the mine. "I also heard that there is some kind of treasure hidden in the mine, but I don't know if that's true. If it was true, wouldn't the elders take it away to some other secure place? Will they just leave it in the open for it to be snatched? I feel like the rumor was spread deliberately to lure the traders to the mine. Our Heavenly Note sect is not really that simple." Lu Xingchen smiled. Jiang Hao nodded. That Demoness knew about this. Even someone as powerful as her hadn't tried to snatch the treasure away. No one knew if the treasure truly existed in the mines. People would repeatedly try to verify it anyway. Was the Black Heaven sect that stupid though? Would they send people for the treasure without even making sure if it actually existed? Maybe the Black Heaven sect didn't really care for the treasure. The mines need to be made safe. "Junior brother Jiang, you can probably go back now," said Lu Xingchen. Right now. Jiang Hao was surprised. But I still need to mine. With Yan Hua dead, he was in much less danger. If he continued to mine persistently, he would soon be able to advance to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. The situation here is chaotic right now, said Lu Xingchen. We need to seal the mines for a while. Everyone will be made to leave. Lu Xingchen looked at Jiang Hao. There is another matter. It's the reason I needed to speak to you privately. What is it? Asked Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao really needed to go back and check on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He also needed to buy some good quality tea before that Demoness visited him again. Junior brother Jiang, did you do something recently? Helped capture an enemy by any chance? I barely did anything, but yes, sort of. Jiang Hao told Lu Xingchen everything about his encounter with Manlong and the person from the Black Heaven sect. Junior brother Jiang, this isn't a small matter. Manlong is from among the top 10 disciples of the sect, and he has been praising you to the skies. He obtained a new cultivation technique and a magic treasure as a reward. He left you the rest of the resources that he obtained because of your contribution. So, that will impact the Law Enforcement Hall and its decisions. Why would that impact the Law Enforcement Hall? Jiang Hao asked in confusion. Junior brother Jiang, do you remember that your name was on the suspect list? Asked Lu Xingchen. Being on the suspect list means that you are under the Law Enforcement Hall's radar. They restrict and monitor your activities. However, because of the contribution you have made, Manlong is speaking up for you. You're still on that list because you're a suspect, but the Law Enforcement Hall hasn't found any evidence against you. With such a huge contribution, you'll no longer be under suspicion. It's highly likely that your name will be removed from the list. Do you know what that means? Jiang Hao's heart sank. The Law Enforcement Hall will no longer restrict my movements, and I can leave the sect at any time. If the people from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion put my name in for the next mission, I'll have no choice but to obey. At that time, no matter what happens outside, it will not be under the jurisdiction of the Law Enforcement Hall. Lu Xingchen nodded. But there is a way to keep your name on the suspect list. He looked at Jiang Hao. Do you know Yan Hua? Senior Sister Yan? Jiang Hao was surprised at the abrupt question. Of course, I was working under her in the mines. A talisman flew down and Lu Xingchen caught it. He glanced at it. Do you know that she disappeared? According to our investigation, she is most likely dead. However, it could also be equally true that she faked her death to escape the sect. We have reason to believe that she was a traitor from another sect. At least that was what we got from a traitor we recently captured. We have no evidence for now. How does that relate to me, Senior Brother Lu? Do you know what she was after? She was looking for me, said Jiang Hao. Is there a witness who can verify that? Yes. So, you must have met her before she disappeared. Yes. All right, said Lu Xingchen. Yan Hua is considered a traitor for colluding with other sects and revealing secret. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Junior brother, please don't make any great contribution again. Chapter 66. Junior brother, please don't make any great contribution again. Jiang Hao felt that the whole situation was absurd. Others tried hard not to end up on the Law Enforcement Hall's suspects list. Meanwhile, he was here trying to make sure he remained on their suspect list. He had Yan Hua to thank for letting him stay on that list. Senior brother Lu, said Jiang Hao, I wanted to ask something. What kind of punishment does the Law Enforcement Hall allot for offenses? Punishments. Lu Xingchen was confused. Offenders are usually sent to the Lawless Tower. Other than that? Jiang Hao asked. Most of the time the punishments are handled by the main branches of the sect themselves. The law enforcement hall doesn't interfere with everything unless it has something to do with the sect as a whole, or if the main branches cannot handle it. Only grave offenders are sent to the lawless tower. Will the law enforcement hall punish people for mining without a permit? Jiang Hao asked. No, the law enforcement hall doesn't get involved with small matters like that. Unusually, they handle cases like murders and traitors in the sect. Jiang Hao nodded. It seemed he needed to ask the Cliff Master for help once again. Junior brother Jiang, you're in the middle stage of the Foundation. Establishment realm, right? Yes. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Is something wrong? Lu Xingchen shook his head. You're in your early 20s. Jiang Hao nodded. You have the potential of becoming a formidable disciple, but you have been involved in serious cases many times. You were somehow found connected to traitors in one way or another. The Cliff of Broken Hearts might not really be willing to take you in and train you. Also, you are on the suspect list of the law enforcement hall. You'd better be careful, junior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao understood him. When he had informed his Cliff Master after killing a traitor, his master had kept quiet despite finding out that he was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The Cliff Master might not have wanted to be involved. However, he was afraid of leaving the sect because too many people wanted him dead. So, being on the suspect list gave him a little protection. It was better to live as an inner disciple. The Cliff Master definitely wouldn't accept him after being associated with another traitor anyway. It was far too risky to train under a master. I need to leave now. Take care, junior brother Jiang. Please remember, you're still a suspect. Lu Xingchen. Until we find Yanhua, you might remain as our suspect, no matter how long it takes. Lu Xingchen turned to leave and stopped. Also, please don't make any great contributions that might remove you from the list. Jiang Hao was speechless. I understand. The recommendation and praises from Manlong were really unexpected. He had only used one 10,000 swords talisman hoping it would fail. Who would have thought it would work so well? All right. Xianyuan Tai has been captured, said Lu Xingchen before walking toward the mine. The Black Heavens sect will surely notice you now. Jiang Hao was stumped. He had used one talisman, and his life was now in ruins. He shook his head and left the mine. He couldn't linger here. Jiang Hao hoped that he could somehow convince his teacher to assign him the task of mining. For now, he needed to head back and check on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It had been a month since he had been assigned to the mine. He had neglected it long enough. The spirit beast lay down lazily in the courtyard in front of Jiang Hao's house. Its stomach growled while it stared at the tempting flower. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower had a unique smell. It wanted to bite and savor it. It opened its mouth wide and then shrank back. No, no. The master will be back. He'll punish me. It stared at the appetizing flower. But it stuck its tongue out. Just a lick. However, before it could try anything, a saber pressed its tongue down to the ground. The spirit beast was terrified. It struggled but couldn't free its tongue. What's happening? Jiang Hao asked sternly. The spirit beast couldn't respond. It was still struggling to free its tongue. Jiang Hao slowly raised his saber from its tongue. The spirit beast checked to make sure its tongue was fine. Master, I wasn't doing anything. I saw that there was some dust on the leaf, so I was trying to clean it. Do you want to bet that on your life? Asked Jiang Hao. If the spirit beast tried anything stupid with the flower, he would be in trouble too. No one knew what that woman was capable of. She was a Demoness after all. If I see your tongue anywhere near that flower, Jiang Hao left it at that. His intention was clear. He walked away and pushed the tip of the half-moon blade into the soil. The blade was full of cracks. It couldn't be used anymore. He needed another saber. This one couldn't withstand the 7 forms of heavenly blade techniques anymore. The spirit beast was frightened. It cowered in a corner. "Did anyone come here in the past few days while I was away?" asked Jiang Hao as he walked to the wooden chair. "My reputation as a beast is formidable. Who would dare come here and disturb your place, master?" The spirit beast jumped onto a chair opposite Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao stared at the sharp-tongued beast. The spirit beast panicked. "One person did," it said. "Someone called Ming came here looking for you." "What did she want?" asked Jiang Hao. "She just said it was a pity you weren't here, and that she would visit next time." Jiang Hao was deep in thought. Fairy Ming from the Heavenly Saint sect. Did she come to find me because of Yan Hua? Jiang Hao got up and left to find Mu Qi and the Cliff Master. He had to inform them that he couldn't go back to the mines for a few days, and that he was back to tend the spirit herb garden. At the 100 Flowers Lake, Baiji knelt in front of Hong Yu. She was covered in scars and bruises. Hong Yuye was standing by the lake, feeding the fish. "Any updates on the Azure Mountains matter?" Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Han Ming feels like he can do it again. Chapter 67. Han Ming feels like he can do it again. Baiji was worried about the incident that transpired in the mines. Although she had secured victory, it was still not enough. If the sect master hadn't informed her at the last minute, she wouldn't have been able to capture so many traitors and intruders. The sect would have suffered great losses. Baiji had suspected that the mines would have been the target, but she hadn't paid enough attention. She was so focused on dealing with Azure Mountain that she had neglected the situation in the mines. She had thought that the mines were inside the sect, so she would have enough time to make preparations. The mines were important for the sect. Spirit ores weren't the only things found in the mines of this sect. However, the mines were dangerous. The miners were instructed to dig bit by bit before they were allowed to venture deeper to find other treasures. The sect master had let slip the rumor about the special treasure hidden in the mines, because of which they had captured many traitors and intruders. Baiji was nervous. She couldn't see through the sect master's intentions. In the months that we spent fighting the Azure Mountain, it has become apparent that we have the advantage. The Azure Mountain isn't as strong as we thought. They are weaker because of internal disagreements. We plundered a lot of treasures and even obtained Azure Mountain's cultivation technique. Azure Divine Transformation Technique. Baiji laid the treasures on the floor. There were sabers, books, pills, pendants, etc. Hong Yuye glanced at them briefly and turned away. She did not care for trinkets. Hong Yuye looked at Baiji unwaveringly. Baiji took a deep breath. "I found clues about the person who might be behind the Azure Mountain's provocation. This is what I found." Baiji took out a stone slab. It floated toward Hong Yu. The stone tablet was full of strange symbols. "This looks like something that came from overseas," said Baiji. "I think that the one who covets the heavenly fragrance Dao flower is someone foreign." Hong Yuye looked at the stone tablet a while longer and then put it away. A book floated toward her. This was a manual for Azure Mountain's cultivation technique, Azure Divine Transformation Technique. She flipped through it briefly and then closed it. "Looks like we've gained quite a lot this time," said Hong Yuye. "Let the disciples compete. Those disciples in the Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, and Primordial Spirit Realm can compete for the treasures as a reward. 5 from each of these major realms. As for the rest, exchange them for contribution points." "What kind of treasure should I set as a reward for the Foundation Establishment Realm?" asked Baiji. Hong Yuye glanced at the saber and thought for a moment. Then, she shook her head. "You decide that by yourself." She picked up the book. "Is the Azure Mountain destroyed for good?" "Not entirely," said Baiji. "We attacked but were forced to retreat before we could completely occupy them. If we want to exterminate them, we need to mobilize larger forces. Other sects are helping them flee. It'll take a long time to get rid of them." "That's all right," said Hong Yue and threw the book to Baiji. If Azure Mountain no longer existed, you could use the manual to open a new branch in the sect. Since they are alive, the 12 main branches can compete to win this cultivation technique. This will be coveted by the 12 branches. It means one more option of cultivation technique to choose from. Balsam nodded. Snee couldn't compete because Snee was Tianyi acting sect master. Only the rest of the 11 branches could compete to own the Azure Divine Transformation technique. Jiang Hao went to meet the Cliff Master. He had suffered some injuries because of the incident at the mines. It seemed no one had remained unscathed. After that, he went to find Mu Qi and informed him about the incident and how he was sent back. Mu Qi thanked him profusely and offered him many resources and rewards. He was happy to give them away. Jiang Hao bowed and thanked him. Back at the spiritual herbal garden, Jiang Hao met Han Ming. After a few months of fighting, Han Ming's cultivation had strengthened. He was no longer the young and naive youth from before. "Senior brother Jiang," said Han Ming. "How nice to meet you again. Junior brother Han, it's nice to meet you too. Still up for a challenge?" asked Jiang Hao. Han Ming chuckled. "Not yet. I still feel that I'm not strong enough. I just needed some spirit herbs, so I came over. I contributed a lot this time and gained a lot of resources to further my cultivation. Senior brother Jiang, you should also try it. That way your cultivation will increase faster, and you'll also gain experience." "Junior brother Han, I'm glad to see how strong you've become. Ordinary people can't even compare to you," said Jiang Hao. Han Ming smiled confidently. He bid farewell to Jiang Hao and turned to leave. "Senior brother Jiang, you should also contribute to the fight and advance quickly. Otherwise I'll catch up soon." Jiang Hao smiled in return. Only he knew how much he was trying to avoid contributing to the fight. If he did anything to help and clear his name, Lu Xingchen definitely wouldn't be able to help him out next time. Chapter 68 Chapter 68 Jiang Hao makes it to the top 10. Chapter 68 Jiang Hao makes it to the top 10. After seeing Han Ming off, Jiang Hao walked around the spirit herb garden. The spirit beast followed him around. "Who is that?" "A true disciple," said Jiang Hao. "His status is higher than mine in the sect, so don't cause any trouble." "True disciple? It's no wonder he didn't give me a second glance. Master, you need to work hard to elevate your status around here." Jiang Hao glanced at the spirit beast but didn't respond. He had been in the mine for so long. Jiang Hao knew that the beast was just joking. By now, it knew how to act around others, especially in the sect. "Master, why don't you follow me? Everyone in the underworld knows that I have unlimited potential and will definitely dominate the world in the future." Jiang Hao ignored the beast. The beast was getting arrogant day by day. Jiang Hao only hoped that it wouldn't cause any trouble. He busied himself in the spirit herb garden. He was once again back to collecting a few bubbles a day. Jiang Hao missed mining. It was so easy to get bubbles in the mine. If nothing worked, Jiang Hao had planned to do something that would get him punished and sent back to the mine. However, the mine needed to be made safe first. It would take too long. Even other miners were being assigned jobs in other areas of the sect. In the evening, Jiang Hao returned to his house and planned things out. He had received news that the Heavenly Note sect had won against the Azure Mountain. They had brought home many treasures. The battle was over. The Heavenly Note sect had captured many intruders and traitors. If the captives were lucky, the other sects would come to claim them. If not, they would be doomed to work in the mines forever. Women who were captured might be taken away by the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Jiang Hao sighed. He couldn't interfere in this matter. He had no status, no resources, and no spirit stones even to buy a saber. How could he help others when he couldn't even help himself? He took out the talisman manual and read it. He needed to earn more spirit stones. Jiang Hao only had 350 spirit stones left. He still needed to buy a good saber and some good quality tea. He opened the talisman-making manual. The first on the page was the healing talisman. It was similar to the pain-relieving talisman but much more effective. Few people bought the healing talisman, but there was always someone in need. It was good to have them handy. He would definitely find some customers for it. A healing talisman wasn't as effective as a healing spell, but it was useful in emergencies. For example, if someone was seriously injured and in a state where they couldn't cast a healing spell, a healing talisman might just buy them some time till they were rescued. Therefore, people in the Foundation Establishment realm and Golden Core realm often kept these talismans handy, especially if they were venturing outside the sect. Jiang Hao studied the process of making such a talisman. The paper used to make these was the same as the one used in the 10,000 Swords talismans. The price was half of what a 10,000 Swords talisman would cost. He could only sell it for about 30 spirit stones. It's a pity I didn't make any talismans before the battle with the Azure Mountain, muttered Jiang Hao. Otherwise, I could have earned a lot. The healing talismans would have sold for a lot because people going out to fight would have stocked up on them. Now, there would be fewer people buying it, and they would refuse to pay more than 30 spirit stones for it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Hao activated the Clear and Pure Heart ability and began to study the process for making healing talismans. At the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Han Ming headed to the Cliff Master, Ku Wuchang's house. He looked excited. He was eager because the Cliff Master had said that all those who had contributed to the fight would be included in the top 10 list depending on how much they had contributed. All those who made it to the list would receive a lot of rewards. Han Ming didn't have a hope of making it into the top 10 disciple list of the sect. However, he was sure he would be in the top 10 when it came to disciples from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He had participated in the battle from the outset, passed 5 trials, and killed 6 generals. He had made a lot of contributions. Han Ming wasn't the only one present in the Cliff Martyr's courtyard. There were 2 other disciples, a senior brother and a senior sister. There were only 9 formidable disciples in the Cliff of Broken Hearts, including him. Han Ming greeted Jiu Wu and Fei Zhu. They waited patiently in the courtyard. Moments later, Mu Qi arrived. He turned to the Cliff Master. Master, the Law Enforcement Hall has sent over the merit list with the rankings. He handed the list to the Cliff Master. Mu Qi then stood and waited with the other disciples. Senior Brother Mu, am I in the top 10? Whispered Han Ming. Mu Qi chuckled. I didn't get to peek at it, but the Law Enforcement Hall recognizes your contributions, Junior Brother Han. I'm sure you'll be in the top 10. Han Ming was excited, but he didn't show it. He knew how to exercise self-control, especially among the seniors. If it was someone of lower status than him, then he could do whatever he pleased. Han Ming would show off to Jiang Hao soon. This would work to his advantage in covering for the humiliation he had faced at Jiang Hao's hands in the last fight. Ku Wuchang seemed surprised. The disciples were even more curious now. Mu Qi was the only one who looked calm. It seemed as though he knew the reason for the Cliff Master's reaction. Interesting, 2 of the disciples from the Cliff of Broken Hearts made it to the list of top 10 disciples of the sect, said the Cliff Master. That's good. This means our branch will have more possibility of winning rewards during competitions. Master, who are they? Asked Han Ming eagerly. Jiu Wu and Fei Zhu were also curious. One is Bai Yi. He is ranked 7th, said the Cliff Master. Bai Yi was the first disciple of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He was very powerful, so it wasn't much of a surprise. What about the other one? asked Fei Zhu. Jiang Hao. He is rank 10. Han Ming was shocked to hear the name. Chapter 69 Chapter 69 Need to Get Rich. Chapter 69 Need to Get Rich. Han Ming's head buzzed when he heard Jiang Hao's name. He couldn't understand how Jiang Hao, who was still in the Foundation establishment realm, could make it into the top 10 disciple list. That didn't make any sense. Only a few hours back, he had bragged about his achievements to Jiang Hao in the Spirit Herb Garden. Han Ming felt embarrassed. His achievements were nothing compared to this. He felt defeated. He had clearly felt that he could surpass Jiang Hao soon, but when would he be able to best Jiang Hao in a fight? The more he recalled Jiang Hao's calm face, the more embarrassed and frustrated he felt. Jiang Hao? Who's that? Jiao Wu asked curiously. I think I heard his name before, said Fei Zhu. He works in the Spirit Herb Garden. I think he is in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Yes, that's him, said Muqi. Middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm? Jiao Wu was in disbelief. How did someone like that make it to the top 10 disciple list from the whole sect? Han Ming perked up at the question. He wanted to know the exact same thing. A few days ago, the mine was under attack. Experts of the Black Heaven sect and the Thunderstorm sect led the attack. Manlong from the Flowing Waterfall was engaged in a fight with Xianyuan Tai, an expert from the Black Heaven sect. The attacker cast some runes which bound and rooted Manlong at that moment. Xianyuan Tai was casting a teleportation array to escape when Jiang Hao single-handedly stopped him while giving Manlong the chance to break free. It was because of Jiang Hao that Manlong was able to capture Xianyuan Tai, said Muqi. Xianyuan Tai is in the late stage of the primordial spirit realm. Everyone was shocked at that. No one present had the courage to face someone in the late stage of the primordial spirit realm, let alone fight them. They lowered their heads. Han Ming was especially ashamed of himself. He didn't think he could even muster the courage to stay put if he had been in Jiang Hao's place. I recall that his name was in the suspect list of the law enforcement hall. Has his name been cleared this time? Asked Fei Zhu. He was cleared of previous suspicions, but he is somehow connected to the traitor Yan Hua this time. So, the law enforcement hall cannot let him go entirely, said Muqi. Muqi was also puzzled by this. He didn't know if the law enforcement hall was doing it intentionally. Did they somehow want to protect Jiang Hao, or were they just trying to prevent him from becoming a true disciple? In his opinion, Jiang Hao had already proved himself worthy of being given the title of a true disciple. The only problem was that his talent wasn't anything extraordinary. He was only above average. However, his performance and contribution were enough for the Cliff Master to take Jiang Hao under his wing. He was still a suspect, so that wouldn't happen anytime soon. Ku Wuchang interrupted their discussion. Well, you have all worked very hard. Keep it up. I'm told that the competition between the disciples is going to take place in a few months. 5 winners will be selected from each cultivation realm. There aren't many when you consider the 12 branches in the sect. I hope you all can do your very best. They nodded. Han Ming wanted to participate. This was his chance to prove that he was an outstanding disciple. After one night of study, Jiang Hao finally understood how to make healing talismans. For those in the Golden Core realm, the success rate of making such a talisman was 50%. After a few practices, the success rate would at least be 80%. Jiang Hao was confident that he could get this right. Being in a higher level of cultivation indeed had its perk. However, he couldn't sell too many of the talismans. Otherwise, some people might get suspicious. There were some talismans that only those in the Golden Core realm could create. He couldn't sell those yet. He could only sell the talismans that were possible for those in the Foundation establishment realm. The first 3 talismans of the 6 fine-grade talismans were of the latter type. He needed to make a lot of those 3 types of talismans. He decided to make more of the 10,000 swords talismans. They sold very quickly. These were also considered the most ordinary and were easy to make. Jiang Hao sighed and went out to the courtyard. He looked at the half-moon blade that he had buried in the dirt up to its hilt. It reminded him that he didn't have a saber that he could use. He opened his interface. Jiang Hao sighed. The numbers were pitiful, to say the least. In 2 days, his cultivation and lifeblood had made little to no progress. Well, first things first, muttered Jiang Hao. I need to earn spirit stones. Then, I need to buy a saber and good quality tea. Oh yeah, I need to save some spirit stones to feed the beast too. The spirit beast needed a lot of spirit stones. I hope senior brother Mu Qi rewards me with spirit stones. He did say he was going to give me resources. Jiang Hao headed straight to the spirit herb garden. The spirit beast jumped up and followed Jiang Hao. It shook its neck to make the collar comfortable. The spirit beast had gained enough intelligence to know what the collar was. The spirit beast had gained enough intelligence to know what the collar was for. However, it had no intention of breaking it and escaping into the wild. It was proud of the collar. The collar set it apart from the wild, uncivilized beasts that roamed around without a purpose. It was proud of the fact that it was a special beast with a master who took care of it. Master, can't I eat people? Asked the spirit beast. Do you find humans delicious? Asked Jiang Hao curiously. The spirit beast nodded. How many people have you eaten before? Asked Jiang Hao. Not even one yet, said the spirit beast. But all great demons eat humans. Everyone knows that I'm a great demon. Jiang Hao stared at the spirit beast. He wondered if he should let it go free because he didn't want it eating human beings in the sect. He continued walking toward the spirit herb garden. Well then, I guess I'll have to get rid of you. I don't raise demons. Master, I was just joking, said the spirit beast hurriedly. I'm not a demon. I can be a rabbit. I love carrots anyway. Jiang Hao shook his head. This beast has no shame. He saw Mu Qi in front of the spirit herb garden. Jiang Hao felt nervous and excited. He hoped today was the day when he would be rewarded with spirit stones. Chapter 70 I Want Spirit Stones. Chapter 70 I Want Spirit Stones. Mu Qi waved at him. Junior brother Jiang, right on time, he said. I came here to ask you what kind of reward you wanted for helping me out. Jiang Hao desperately wanted to say that he needed spirit stones but held himself back. It's up to you, senior brother Mu. Mu Qi chuckled. You shouldn't be so humble, you know. You'll be at a disadvantage. Jiang Hao smiled. He didn't want to cause trouble unnecessarily. He didn't lack resources except spirit stones. He could always get the bubbles in the spirit herb garden. Well, I got some pills as a reward. Among them is the golden core pill, said Mu Qi. But I can't give that to you yet because you're still in the Foundation establishment realm. So, I can give you some spirit stones instead. Will that be okay? Disciples in the lower realm couldn't have pills of the higher realm. Jiang Hao was actually in the golden core realm, so he could accept the pill, but he didn't want to reveal his cultivation. That's perfectly all right, said Jiang Hao. Mu Qi chuckled. It seems you're in need of spirit stones, he said. Well, all right. I have another golden morning pill. It isn't particularly expensive, but again, I can't give it to you because of your cultivation level. So, I am going to give you 600 spirit stones instead of the golden core pill and 250 for the golden morning pill. Mu Qi took out the spirit stones from his pouch, counted them, and handed them to Jiang Hao. Here, A total of 850 spirit stones. Muchi took out a bottle of pills. These are cleansing pills. It can help clear out poison or toxins from your body. These are fairly easy to make. I can give these to you directly. He handed Jiang Hao the bottle of cleansing pills. Jiang Hao had made those pills before. They sold at around 70 to 100 spirit stones each. He had kept some for himself because he was afraid of being poisoned. There is this spiritual sword. I can give this to you directly as well. Jiang Hao hesitated. Senior Brother Mu, could you keep the sword and give me spirit stones instead? Muchi laughed. Of course. This spirit sword is decent. It will cost around 1,000 spirit stones, I think. I can give you that amount. Muchi took out more spirit stones and handed them to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao now had 1,850 spirit stones. If he added 350 spirit stones that he had on himself, he had a total of 2,200 spirit stones. That was a huge sum. He could finally buy a better saber and tea leaves. The primordial heavenly blade was too powerful to be used as an ordinary saber. He admired Muchi. Muchi was a good sport and was also very strong. He even received great rewards for his missions when compared to Jiang Hao. Those in the Foundation establishment realm didn't even receive half as much in reward after missions. Having a higher cultivation level was indeed beneficial. If he didn't already know that Muchi had acquired an inheritance in the mines and that's why he was being this generous, Jiang Hao would have suspected him of being a spy from another sect. However, there was still the matter of his affair with the Heavenly Saint sect's saintess in training. Jiang Hao needed to be careful. In a few months there will be a competition. Junior brother Jiang, do prepare for it, said Muchi. Jiang Hao was confused. A competition? Yes. You didn't hear about it? The sect was victorious against the Azure Mountain, so they brought home a lot of looted treasures. The sect is going to distribute these treasures as rewards in the competition. Disciples from the Foundation Establishment Realm, Golden Core Realm, and Primordial Spirit Realm are all welcome to participate. The top 5 will get precious treasures as rewards. Jiang Hao didn't respond. He couldn't care less about the competition and didn't really want to participate. You have made great contributions to the mine and to the sect. I think you'll be expected to participate in the competition. Usually, the competition would be among 1 or 2 branches, but this time, it's between all 12 branches. Don't worry though. It'll be a simple competition, and no one would be expected to jump realms. But you can if you're confident enough. Muchi bid him goodbye and left. Jiang Hao sighed wearily. Now, on top of everything, he needed to figure out a way to lose in the competition. His contribution had done him more harm than good so far. First, he was almost removed from the suspect list, which would have been dangerous. And now, a competition. I wonder what the reward is? He asked around out of curiosity. Ching Cho had somehow found the list of treasures that were to be assigned as rewards for the competition. For now, only the rewards for the Foundation Establishment Realm have been decided, said Ching Cho. We still don't know what the rewards would be for the other cultivation levels. Here, see for yourself. Ching Cho left the list with Jiang Hao and went to play with the spirit beast. There were a total of 5 items. The first was the 9 Suns Saber, which was forged from the 9 Suns True Fire Stone. It was compatible with all cultivation technique. It also had true fire attacks, and was suitable for all cultivators below the Return to Void realm. Overall, it was a powerful weapon. Jiang Hao knew that this saber was very valuable. If he sold it, it would fetch him a decent price. He wanted it, but he didn't know if it was possible for him to win first place. The second reward was a cultivation technique called the Heavenly Dawn Spiritual Technique. This was used to train one's spiritual energy. The third was a spell technique, the 9 Suns Flame. It could draw a sea of fire and cause rapid explosions to injure many enemies at once. It had the power to surpass realms and was terrifyingly efficient. The fourth was a Taoist robe, which allowed the wearer to float in the air. It also made them impervious to fire and water. It could be used to resist most types of attacks. Jiang Hao didn't really care for the rewards except the saber. He had the 9 heavenly battle armor for defense, so he didn't care for the robe. The spells and cultivation techniques were useless for him too. He glanced at the 5th reward. Jiang Hao felt that this particular reward was very strange. A seed that contained extraordinary spiritual energy. Carrying it around could increase one's cultivation speed, and it also had the effect of focusing one's mind. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Why don't you go and check it out? Chapter 71. Why don't you go and check it out? A seed with spiritual energy? What kind of seed is that? Jiang Hao was interested in the seed. If it was a powerful seed, he wanted to obtain it. These treasures were snatched from Azure Mountain, so they wouldn't be something simple. The seed might not be as rare and powerful as the heavenly fragrance Tao flower, but it would still be useful. Could even drop gold bubbles once in a while. Even if it only gave purple bubbles, that would still be great. But even if it wasn't as good, it would be fine if it could drop a gold one. However, he had to appraise it first. If it was worth something, then he needed to come up with a way to win in the competition among others from the Foundation establishment realm. How do I make myself less conspicuous in the competition? Jiang Hao thought about it. He could make more talismans and fight with it instead. The power of a 10,000 swords talisman was average. If he could create some 100,000 swords talisman, it could inflict significant damage to anyone in the Foundation establishment realm. 100,000 swords talisman was strong, but it wouldn't attract any unnecessary suspicion because it wasn't something unattainable for someone from the Foundation establishment realm. It required materials similar to a healing talisman. He could make them tonight. Jiang Hao headed to the market after that and set up his stall. There weren't many people. The market was almost empty except for a few disciples. Junior brother Jiang, it has been a long time since I've seen you here. Ling Tian walked over to him. Senior sister Ling, I hope you've been well, said Jiang Hao politely. He noticed that Ling Tian was in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Her cultivation wasn't refined yet, which meant that she must have advanced just recently. Healing talismans? You can make those too? Ling Tian looked at the talismans laid out in front of her. How much is this one? 30 spirit stones, said Jiang Hao. I want 5 of these, said Ling Tian. Oh, do you have any 100,000 swords talisman? She handed him 150 spirit stones. The production cost had been 10 spirit stones to make 1 healing talisman. So, Jiang Hao earned a profit of 100 spirit stones. I don't have any 100,000 swords talisman right now, said Jiang Hao. The truth was that he wouldn't sell them even if he had them. He wanted to keep them for himself for the competition. Senior sister Ling, why are there so few people today? Asked Jiang Hao. You don't know, said Ling Tian. The sect has opened a temporary market. Many people go there these days. Our sect has brought home many treasures from the fight. They're selling most of them. You should go and check it out. Jiang Hao nodded and thanked her. He wanted to check out this new market. He also had to buy some good quality tea as soon as possible. Ling Tian looked around and then leaned forward. I heard that you managed to make it to the top 10. If you do well in the competition, you can choose among the rewards. I heard that there is a rare treasure called the Heavenly Recovery Pill which can help you break through the bottleneck of the peak stage of the Foundation establishment realm to advance to the Golden Core realm. Heavenly Recovery Pill? Asked Jiang Hao. How much is that worth? Ling Tian thought for a while. I'm not sure. It's useless for those in the Golden Core realm, but priceless for those in the peak stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. I think I saw it being sold for 3,000 spirit stones once. Someone else was selling it for 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000. After bidding farewell to Lung Tian, Jiang Hao went to the Snow Lotus Pavilion to buy some decent tea leaves. The first person he asked for was Tian Qinghong. 10,000 spirit stones for 5 grams. 10,000. Jiang Hao was shocked. This was a daylight robbery. How could tea be so expensive? What about spring and September tea? Jiang Hao asked again. She just extended a finger to point at another pack of tea. In the end, he bought azure red tea, which cost around 100 spirit stones for 5 grams. He spent 500 on it. Now he only had 1,850 spirit stones left. He spent 200 of those to buy some talisman-making materials. Jiang Hao then returned to his house. He began to make the 100,000 swords talisman. 6 days passed by in a flash. He spent most of his time in the spirit herb garden. He only found a handful of blue bubbles. However, he was still glad for the small progress he had made. In these 6 days, he was able to make a total of 30 talismans. 20 of those were the 100,000 swords talismans, and 10 were healing talismans. He wanted to sell 5 of the healing talismans and kept the rest for himself. Jiang Hao wanted to go to the new market that had opened. He told the spirit beast to look after the house while he prepared to visit the market. Master, could you get me a new collar? A stronger one maybe. This one is becoming tighter. Jiang Hao dropped it at home and he left. The spirit beast was about to advance in its cultivation level and would soon need a new collar. He walked around the market and asked for the price of healing talismans in some of the stalls. They were being sold for 50 spirit stones each. Chapter 72 Chapter 72 Daylight Robbery. Chapter 72 Daylight Robbery. Jiang Hao found a spot in the corner and sold 5 healing talismans. He also sold some of the 10,000 swords talismans that he had left. This was a good time to sell talismans. After a few days, the demand would be less, and people might not really pay a good price for the talismans. Jiang Hao now had a total of 1,900 spirit stones. That should be enough to buy a decent saber. He sighed. It would be so great if he could find something that could be used both for the Foundation Establishment realm and the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao saw many Dharma treasures in some of the stalls. There were decent sabers for sale too. They were all ordinary though. Occasionally he found a good saber, but it was ridiculously expensive. 1,900 spirit stones were not enough. Moreover, some merchants were very dishonest. They set exorbitant prices for some of the treasures and sabers when they weren't even that great. He saw the azure red tea in one of the stalls. It was being sold for 100 spirit stones for 5 grams. However, the quality looked worse than the one he had bought. Jiang Hao didn't want to buy it even if it was the same price. He was scared of that Demoness. He didn't dare offer her a fake tea. I don't even know her name. I didn't try to appraise her last time. When he met her for the first time, he was still in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. He was now in the intermediate stage of the Golden Core realm. Maybe he was strong enough to find out more about her. Jiang Hao was looking forward to her visit for the first time in his life. If he could find something about her, it would mean that he was stronger than before. There were many merchants in the market who sold numerous things. Most of the things were looted from Azure Mountain. There were even people from other sections. Jiang Hao was wary. He saw that they were from different levels of cultivation. Some were still in the Foundation Estadi 11 Cement realm. Some Ortnem were in TNE 601 Ain Core realm. Anna Otners were in the Lifeblood Refinement realm. He didn't see anyone beyond the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao walked around for a while. He saw a stall at the side that he wanted to check. There were 2 men at the stall who seemed to be in their late 20s. As Jiang Hao approached, they smiled amiably. "Fellow disciple, want to take a look?" There weren't many things in the stall. There were only 3 magic treasures, a passable spirit sword, and a very ordinary shield for sale. None of these were worth any attention. However, a black blade caught Jiang Hao's eye. Judging from the material and craftsmanship, the blade seemed better than the half-moon blade he had used before. It was still usable for someone in the Foundation establishment realm. "How much is this saber?" asked Jiang Hao. He picked it up. This is called the Black Fox. It is the work of a very famous master. It does not come cheap. However, for you, we can make it 3,000 spirit stones," one of the men, Li Fei, said in a whisper. Jiang Hao frowned. He didn't have that many spirit stones. The price was actually cheaper than what it would have cost in the Stellar Tower. In the Foundation establishment realm, this might be the best saber one could find. Jiang Hao wanted to buy it. Maybe he could add on some talismans with the spirit stones and make a deal. Jiang Hao thought about it. He had some healing talismans and 100,000 swords talismans. He also had some pills. That should be enough to make up for the shortage of spirit stones. "Fellow disciple, you're having difficulties in making up your mind? We are in a bit of a hurry, so we can reduce the price by another 500, said Hong Lai. The sudden drop in price made Li Fei unhappy, but he let it go. Jiang Hao felt that something was not right. Why were they in such a hurry to sell this thing? You're lucky. This has been here a long time, and we want to get rid of it for new stocks. Jiang Hao nodded. He suggested using some of the talismans to make up for the shortage of spirit stones. Although the two men seemed hesitant, they agreed. In the end, Jiang Hao gave them 5 healing talismans and 1,200,000 swords talisman on top of 1,900 spirit stones. Li Fei smiled warmly. Thank you, fellow disciple. Let me wrap it up for you. He picked up the sword, leaned down for a box, and handed it to Jiang Hao. It's great doing business with you. Jiang Hao frowned. The weight wasn't right. He wanted to open the box to see if the sword was really there, but Li Fei put a hand on the box to stop him. Fellow disciple, this transaction is over. You should leave now. Jiang Hao suddenly realized that he had been cheated. The saber wasn't inside the box, and the men were threatening him. They were both at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Jiang Hao nodded. All right, he said and put the box away. Then, he left. Brotherly, the person seemed unnaturally calm. Is he dangerous? Asked Hong Lai. He was walking around alone toward a long funnel. I don't tn 111k NENS NED0 DY else to ask for help, said Li Fei. But we need to be careful anyway. We'll buy some resources to prevent him from coming after us. We can then modify our aura and disguise ourselves. The two men walked to a corner. When they appeared in the market again, they had turned into 2 women. No one could recognize them. Chapter 73 Chapter 73 Where is my saber? Chapter 73 Where is my saber? Before it got dark, the 2 women left the Heavenly Note sect in a hurry. They had cheated a lot of people off their money. 2 had been in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and the other one had been in the middle stage of the same realm. The former 2 were from other sects, and the latter was from the Heavenly Note sect. They were not afraid of the other sects, but the Heavenly Note sect was a different matter. They collected their stuff and prepared to leave. Will everything be okay? Asked the short-haired woman called Hong Lai. It's been so long since that transaction, said Li Fei, a long-haired, voluptuous woman. If anything was supposed to happen, it would have happened a long time ago. Even if they send someone after us, they won't recognize us. I mean, even someone in the Golden Core realm wouldn't be able to find us. That person seemed just too quiet to get involved in an altercation. There's no danger. True, that person seemed unnaturally calm, said Hong Lai. It felt like he had no choice but to endure it. But he was the richest among those that we met today. Hong Lai laughed. He does seem talented at making talismans. It makes sense he would have tons of spirit stones. Don't worry too much about it, said Li Fei. He's only in the middle stage of Foundation establishment realm. By the time he advances to the late stage, we'll already be in the Golden Core realm. Our strengths will be miles apart. Don't let someone in the Foundation establishment realm. Just as Li Fei turned around, she stopped in her tracks. Hong Lai's face was covered in blood. She stared at Li Fei in terror. A blade flashed. Li Fei's arm was severed from her shoulder. "Who is it?" shouted Hong Lai in fear. A saber pierced through Hong Lai's torso. She spat out a mouthful of blood. "Please spare us. What do you want? We'll give you everything." "Where is my saber?" said a voice from behind. Hong Lai realized that it was Jiang Hao. They had succeeded in deceiving people numerous times, but this time, another knife slashed across her neck. "Don't trouble yourselves. I'll get it myself." Hong Lai felt the life drain out of her. She was so close to reaching the Golden Core realm. So close. After confirming that the two were dead, Jiang Hao took away anything that was valuable. The Law Enforcement Hall did not investigate the death of disciples from other sections. So, he didn't knave to clean up after himself this time. At night, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged on the bed in his room. He looked through the stuff he had snatched from the two people. There were some pills, talismans, and some magical array spells. He sighed. Only 300 spirit stones, 10 healing talismans, a few 100,000 talismans. Those scums spent it all on stupid pills. He needed to buy some pills too, but he had no use for these. They were all for the Foundation establishment realm. The only precious thing he had obtained was the black saber. He swung it around once and decided to use the name Half Moon Blade for this saber as well. He would need to buy another in the future anyway. It didn't matter what name was used. He put away the saber. He had also found a small iron dice with a face on each side. Is this what helped them change their appearance? He used the daily appraisal on the small iron dice. Jiang Hao put the treasure away. It was a dangerous thing. If his luck was chipped away bit by bit, it would make his life unlivable at one point. The next day, Jiang Hao went to the courtyard to collect the bubbles. The blue lotus and snow lotus gave off some bubbles. They also exuded a pleasant fragrance. With the heavenly fragrance Dao flower doing the same, his courtyard smelled very nice. The spirit beast was staring at the flower intently. "Do you always stare at the flower every day?" "Of course. It's your flower, master. I need to guard it well." Jiang Hao knew that this spirit beast was full of lies. They headed to the spirit herb garden. "Master, the woman that came to your house before, do you eat people with her?" "What? I don't eat humans." "But last time, she said she ate people," said the spirit beast. Jiang Hao frowned. The beast might actually be right. Fairy Ming could prove to be even more dangerous than Yan Hua. "Junior brother Jiang, I haven't seen you for quite a while. I heard that you went to the mine and was worried that something might have happened." Fairy Ming walked up to Jiang Hao with a smile. Chapter 74 Appraising the Red Demoness. Chapter 74 Appraising the Red Demoness. "I'm sorry for worrying you," said Jiang Hao. "Everything turned out well in the end." Jiang Hao was peeved. Yan Hua had given him a lot of trouble. Ming Yi was also from the same sect as Yan Hua. He knew that she was going to cause more trouble. She was from the Heavenly Saint sect too. I know. I am glad to see that you're fine. I also heard of your contribution to the sect. You've done well. Ming Yi smiled sweetly and handed him a potted plant. Junior brother Jiang, could you check this spirit herb? I feel that something is wrong with it. I bought this from you last time. Jiang Hao took the potted plant and looked at it carefully. This is time, it should be full of vitality, but did you try to do something to it, senior sister Ming? Jiang Hao walked into the spirit herb garden. Some of the spawned bubbles flew to him. Jiang Hao set the potted plant down on a raised platform in the garden. A purple, 7-petaled flower was just in bloom. It didn't help much with cultivation, but it was a cheap spirit herb that was very fragrant. It helped a bit with focus and concentration. Ming Yi hadn't bought it directly from Jiang Hao. She had given the order for it, and the spirit herb garden had provided it. I didn't really do anything special to it. It became like this. Fairy Ming Yi couldn't really remember doing anything to the plant, except maybe watering it occasionally. It's fine. I'll take a look. He tried to scan the time with his spiritual energy to see what was wrong. Soon, he discovered that the roots of the time were damaged. It seemed to be caused by excessive spiritual energy channeled into it. Senior Sister Ming, do you have a blue lotus in your courtyard? Asked Jiang. How? Yes, said Ming Yi. How is that related to this? Ah, it's because of that blue lotus. Place them far away from each other. Both emit spiritual energy. So, when they clash, one of them is bound to have a problem. Jiang Hao proceeded to try to fix the plant. Junior brother Jiang, you've offended quite a lot of people recently, haven't you? Fairy Ming Yi asked suddenly. Jiang Hao raised his head to look at her. He then turned back to the plant. Why do you say that, senior sister Ming? When I just came out of seclusion, I heard that you somehow provoked the Heavenly Joy Pavilion because of a traitor. It's not a small matter, said Fairy Ming Yi. You have avoided it quite spectacularly. But I recently heard you are involved in some matters concerning the Heavenly Saint sect? Jiang Hao looked at her blankly. Ah, you're not aware. When Yan Hua disappeared, her puppets showed some abnormalities. The law enforcement hall investigated the matter and found out a lot about what Yan Hua was planning. I heard that she was from the Heavenly Saint sect. There are rumors that people from the Heavenly Saint sect have their eyes on you. It so happens that you were the last person Yan Hua was looking for before she disappeared from the world. Some think that Yan Hua betrayed the Heavenly Saint sect and gave something important to you. I'm not sure if any of that is true, but you should be careful, junior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao was stunned by the news. This time he wasn't even pretending to be shocked. He wondered why the Heavenly Saint sect assumed that Yan Hua might have betrayed them and sided with him. Is Ming Yi just testing me right now? I know you have made such a big contribution in capturing Xianyuan Tai of the Black Heaven sect. However, I wonder, why did Manlong let you have the credit for something that big? The Black Heaven sect would obviously keep an eye on whoever helped capture one of their people. Jiang Hao was baffled. That made sense. No one had mentioned Manlong. Everyone thought he had fought Xianyuan Tai single-handedly. Was he just being used as a shield to divert attention from Manlong? It seemed even the top 10 disciples had to worry about being targeted by other sects. After that, Fairy Ming Yi turned to leave. Jiang Hao wanted to appraise her but was interrupted by the appearance of the Cliff Master. Jiang Hao was distracted. Even if Ming Yi was just testing him, he couldn't ignore all of her words. I'll use the daily appraisal on her tomorrow. She'll be back to get her plant anyway. He had not only offended the Heavenly Joy Pavilion but also made an enemy out of the Sunset Immortal sect and the Black Heaven sect. He needed to avoid leaving the sect at any cost. As long as the law enforcement hall kept him on their suspect list, nobody could harm him inside the sect. He now had to worry about traitors from the Black Heaven sect who might have infiltrated the Heavenly Note sect. Jiang Hao sighed. He still needed to figure out a way to not appear too conspicuous in the competition. His master told him that he would be given the opportunity to choose one of the rewards if he managed to win. Jiang Hao was only interested in the strange seed. He wanted to appraise it to see what other uses it had. In the evening, Jiang Hao returned to his house. He sat in the courtyard, deep in thought. The only way to be safe in this world was to become stronger, and he needed to do that as soon as possible. Jiang Hao picked up the hoe that he had placed on the side. He sighed. I really want to mine. Bang! A white thing crashed into the wall. Jiang Hao was startled. He realized that it was the spirit beast. It was unconscious. Its face was bruised and swollen. Jiang Hao looked in the direction of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. A figure dressed in red had suddenly materialized there. I see that you really miss mining. Hong Yuya looked at Jiang Hao. I'm sorry, said Jiang Hao and bowed. He threw the hoe aside. I don't really miss it. I was just recalling the bitter moments I spent in the mine. I see you have not changed your lying nature. Hong Yuya leaned down and touched the leaves of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The flower is growing very quickly. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and then decided to appraise her. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.